わざーって。
Good afternoon. Who do we have in chat, eh? Let me just get something else started up. Pagan, welcome in. Glowing Finger, Wyver X, Joe, Cell, Turbo, Ondo, thank you very much for the 37 months, dude. Appreciate that. Glitch, welcome in, Denny. Sideways. Freebie. Good day, guys. Running a little bit later today. Wasn't feeling too good this morning. Back goes, how you doing, dude? Alright. It's gonna be a long beginning. This, Inside, oh, not Inside Starson, the live show is an hour, so. Whew, this is gonna be like 3 hours, chat. This is gonna be interesting. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Michael the Dark Lawrence, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness here on Twitch. It is, oh god, what day is it? It's the 9th. It's the 9th, chat. Welcome in. Hope you're all doing well. Man, that is one hell of a name. I'm gonna just say Von Moist, okay? Because I have no idea how to say the first part without massively effing it up. Pledger, welcome in. Space Chameleon, good day. Ondo, thank you again for the 37 months, dude. Appreciate you guys. Welcome in. Hope everyone's well. Yeah, we got the live show that was on yesterday. I've not had a chance to watch it, so we're just gonna do the react today. It's an hour long, which means with the cutting in and out, discussing all these things, could be 3 or 4 hours. And then we'll probably be diving into some master modes, actually shooty. and maybe Helldivers to finish off the stream today, guys. The patch went out, the mechs are out, all that jazz. So yeah, we might continue on with some of that from yesterday. Good news, chat. Evil Catty was testing out the jump gate for Stanton to Pyro, and apparently it was really successful, which is absolutely amazing. Amazing stuff, chat. They were also testing out 200 in Pyro, 200 in Stanton as well, so that's huge. Absolutely mental stuff. Obviously, we do know that we are getting it this year at some point. Sorry, I'm just doing a little rearrange after knocking things. Which is, yeah, glowing. Very promising, dude. Very, very promising. Incredible stuff, actually. Like, if you think about it, to have 200 people in Stanton, 200 people in Pyro, and no issues, and people going back and forth between the two systems, like, this is really, really cool stuff. Very excited. I don't know if we'll actually get it in 323, but obviously, I would imagine maybe 324. I don't believe we have the Pyro patch for 323, but you know what I mean. Also, I need to book myself into a chiropractor. I think that's what you call them, right? I need to go and get my back clicked. And all that jazz. All that jazz. But yeah, welcome in, guys. $324? Exactly, New Fire. Oh, dude, I was watching your video on the cruise. I'm really anti-cruise. Like, the idea of being on the ocean, throw me in the air, throw me into space, no problem. But the idea of being on a giant boat surrounded by human beings, no, that's worst nightmare. But awesome video, dude. I enjoyed the tour of your holiday. I can fly over and walk on you for a couple of minutes. Are you qualified, Nubifier? The boat is great. It did look cool. So again, if you guys don't subscribe to Nubifier on YouTube, he's just recently been on a couple of week holiday on what I could only say is a super cruise boat thing. It's absolutely god tier massive. And yeah, it looked really, really cool. Fix that back up for you. Well, I don't have a back issue. I think I've got a trapped nerve somewhere in the lower, like 6 and 7 on the spine, and just needs to sort of get clicked out of place. That's about it, but no, I'm good. No arthritis yet, no hip problems, no knee problems, all that good stuff. So yeah. Anyway, guys, let's get set up for today, because this is gonna be a long one. There's something else I was meant to do, but I can't remember. No, not qualified. That would definitely be an issue. Alright, let's just check quickly all the socials. I've got a delivery coming at some point. Does this actually tell me about it? No, that didn't do it. Is that a CR on a pillow behind you? This is a Christian Roberto pillow. But we also have a fantastic picture frame of Chris Roberts as well. The deluxe model. Yeah. We have all the gimmicks on this channel. This one was from, I can't remember what April's Fool's Day, but it was Christian Roberto aftershave. And it was this photo, so I put that on a pillow. Yeah. And we have all the goofy stuff here. I need more. I've even got some Nubifier swag, but it's down here where you can't see in the camera. I've got a Nubifier who's in chat just now. Just gotta lean down for it, the Nubifier. And I don't think, you can't see it because it's up here, but we actually have this as well from Nubifier. Nubifier sent me this, a skull thing. We could actually probably put that there, since I don't really grab this stuff. Yeah, we could put that there. See, I'm worried that it just falls. But it should be okay. As long as the dogs don't nudge it with their nosies, then we're good. There we go. Oh. Do I need some more swag? No, I'm good. I'm good. Could go on a chain flavor lifestyle. Oh. Just waiting for the ibuprofen to kick in, chat. Yeah, welcome in, guys. Right, let me get this set up here. Activate that. Go to this. And let's get on with it. I was thinking to send CR Face. I can fill that room up with so much stuff that won't sell at a garage sale. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, dude. I'm worried about that. I have plenty of swag that people send me. I need a bigger thing to add them all in as well. Even got them in the trees behind when people are sending. I'll need to get something else, but obviously, like, that it doesn't take up too much room in the wee studio and all that good stuff. All right, guys, this is gonna be the live Q&A master modes that was out yesterday and all that good stuff.
And recognitions that they've gotten over their time.
Let's just start this. There we go. Oh, I like that one. That's quite good.
And recognitions that they've gotten over their time. I mean, you could do worse. There's a lot of bands out there that are like, oh, I wish we were Nickelback. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live. I had to think about the name of the show. The Master Modes Q&A Super Edition. I'm your host.
Well, I haven't, Ondo. All right? I haven't. An automatic shelf that scrolls through all the swag? Hey, dude, that's actually a good idea. I wonder, can you get that? Can you get that rotates? That would actually be a really cool thing. Don't know how it would work, though.
Jared Huckabee. And if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, it's where we take about an hour at the end of our week and we discuss the musical stylings of Canadian supergroup Nickelback while we wait for the countdown to go. Joining us on this show are four esteemed experts in the entire oeuvre of Nickelback. We've got Yogi, Rich, Michael, and Brent. I don't know what order you're going to show up on Zoom here. Say hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, Yogi, the camera stopped with you, so we'll start with you. Yogi, every show is somebody's first show. Before we get into the questions, let's take a few moments to introduce you, tell you who.
Wait, why are they in the fucking closet?
Tell everybody who you are, what you do for Star Citizen.
Okay.
What fucking backwater quality shit is this? Is this an attempt at a green screen?
My name is Yogi.
The camera's not even fucking, like, working properly. They're using 360p archives in closet.
I'm a principal vehicle programmer, and
What is this,
I'm not
chat?
the biggest Nickelback fan.
Is this a
if that
fault?
helps.
It's all right. I wouldn't trust.
Whoa, that's even worse.
Rich, who are you and what do you do?
I'm Rich, and I'm a really big...
What the fuck is this crap? Seriously, can they not hire or give these guys cameras? Jared is in 8K, everyone else is using no light garbage. Dude, what the fuck is this? Why have they got AI, NVIDIA, like, overtuned to fuck and black backgrounds?
big Nickelback fan. So we need to fix the trust issues, Jared. And I'm the lead game designer on the vehicle experience team.
And when did you become a Force Ghost?
Very recently.
Yeah, I know, dude. What's going on? They're not able to send like a kit to these guys?
Rich is calling into us from a conservatory, which is a large glass enclosure with absolutely no way to block any of the light. So
Yeah, and we've actually got sunshine today, which is very rare.
it's all right. Tell me the ways of the Force. Michael, tell us who you are and what you do for Star Citizen.
I am Michael, also known as Bayor. I am the Director of Player Experience.
What does the Director of Player Experience do?
Mixed bag of things. So I run the live QA team in addition to the feedback collection team, in addition to player stats analyst, lots of different things. We basically
This is hard to watch. It's not fun to watch. This is hard to watch. Like, I'm absolutely mortified that after all these years, they don't have a fucking send-out kit to literally have them where they're in front of a decent camera and stuff like that. You know what I mean? This is terrible. This is really, really bad.
we're responsible for what is the game like in the public environment.
I really thought you were starting with like, it's a mixed bag.
That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
And Brent, your first time on any of our shows, I think. Tell everybody who you are and what you do.
Yeah, I'm Brent, and I go by XLB, and I'm a live QA team lead, working for live QA, and I work the issue council and try to reproduce all your bugs from issue council.
Machiavelli Blue in the chat says, Brent, you're my fave. So,
Thank you.
It's great when somebody's mom is in the chat. Now you said you're
That was
XLB.
good. That was good. I like
that. Michael, you're known online as Bayor. Brent,
That
you're
was quick,
XLB. Those
Jared.
are the
That was
names
quick.
that folks who participate in Evocati and our various test streams would recognize you. But we were talking about,
I'm
before we
mortified
got
that
into
they're
Nickelback,
all on the shittiest
you guys,
webcam
all of
possible.
you have hidden aliases. I mean, I think most developers have their developer accounts, but you also have these hidden aliases that you'll be in the game.
Again, before they get into like any of the questions and stuff, I'm shocked that CIG don't have the ability to send out a hard case suitcase that has a camera system connected to a laptop, which they just boot the laptop on, join the fucking channel thing, and they just put the camera on the tripod that's in the case. You know what I mean? It's like one of these things, the hard cases that you open up, the foam, the laptop's in it, all they have to do is just pop it out. I am mortified that CIG doesn't have something like this at this stage, that they can just send out to people.
Playing as don't tell us who they are. That's not this kind of
Yeah,
show.
that's true. No, far, yeah.
Why do we have?
It's
why do
not
we
a
run
green
hidden
screen.
aliases?
It's not well, yeah, that's true. They could have a fold-out green screen, but the thing is though, like if they actually had a decent camera pane, the NVIDIA like system that they're using to get rid of the background wouldn't look like a pile of shit, right? Yeah, exactly. They could have streamed this from the phone. Like, whatever they're fucking using is absolutely donkey piss. And I'm sorry, after nearly 12 years of doing this and having live shows and all these things, I am just blown away that they don't have a send-out kit. Bullshit, they can't afford it, dude. They can easily make 10 kits. Everyone at CitizenCon had a fucking 8K camera chasing around them and shit like that. You telling me that you can't send out a fucking 4K camera in a travel kit to anywhere in the world? Yeah, but again, it's just this is like should have just got them in the office or something like that. You know what I mean? It's a bit appalling.
What is the virtue of jumping into?
That's just how I take it,
Arena
right?
Commander, or the Precision Universe, or the Test Universe, or Evocati or something.
Hey,
without
Barryden.
announcing who
Again,
you
you
are,
can't have
know?
Jared in beautiful
What's that do for
8K.
you?
There's
And
a
then it
couple of
goes to
different reasons
360p
we do
fucking
that.
scrabbly do
Part of it
fucking
is
camera.
our job is to provide context for folks like Yogi and Rich. When we see players say, "Hey, this particular feature isn't working as well," or we see them talking about anything, we need to get into game. We need to test that, but it doesn't create a fair.
Because again, I look at a hard case, a 4K camera, or a decent laptop that has a 4K camera that they just open up in the case and they put a headset on that's you plug it into the mic jack and it's a fucking studio quality mic. A laptop that does that, a hard case and the headset is no more than 300-400 fucking pounds these days, depending on where you go and stuff like that. Maybe a bit more for the laptop. So I look at it that say they've got 5-10 grand over the fucking years to build travel cases and you just ship them out to people and then they send them back and stuff like that.
Test if we're on a CIG.
If you're
account,
not able
like,
to
say,
get them
for
into the
instance, if I go
studio,
into
there needs to be a
Master
studio
Squadron
kit
Battle
that
and
goes
I'm on
out to
Bayor,
folk.
dash CIG, everyone's going to focus on me, right? They're immediately going to go, "Oh my gosh, the CIG person, I'm going to go attack them." That's not a player experience, right? That's not what other people are seeing when they join those matches. So it's important for us to go in on incognito accounts and test that way.
It's the whole, the scientist doesn't want to disturb the experiment kind of thing.
Exactly.
It's when you go in there, your very presence skewers the results. So
It's the prime directive.
Is there?
We definitely.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, as we were discussing, Bart, they could have had their iPhones do a better job. You know what I mean? Like if they're worried that they're showcasing stuff behind, they could have just had their fucking iPhones on a little tripod and fucking sat on the toilet. You know, it would have probably sounded better as well. It's just really difficult to watch Jared. And you see what I mean? You've got all these beautiful colors, the camera's blurred in sort of area. He's in 8K translated down to 4K. And then you go to like 36p. My eyes are struggling to adjust from beautiful quality to absolutely dire pitch. And I just don't understand how, you know what I mean? Like, I could take out my Google 5 and do a better job, you know? From a done it would give a better echo and stuff like that, you know?
I was just gonna say we definitely see that, especially in
look at this! What the fuck is this? Ghost! The ghost blur behind here! What fucking NVIDIA settings are they using?
If we're on a server, you know, people are asking us questions, but
and are they all in the same room? It feels like they're in the same house.
We can go and reproduce the issues that you guys are having, and that can even be with mess modes. Like
the jelly ghost of death. Yeah.
We join a match or something, we get pounced on pretty quickly.
So when you do,
and it's flickering as well. Like the camera's on its last legs. Look at this shit. The camera is on its last legs.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we definitely see that, especially in live QA. If we're on a server, you know, people are asking us questions, but we get hunted down, and so being on incognito accounts,
it's flashing.
The issues that you guys are having, and it can even be with mess modes like
this is funny, man. This dude's camera is dying. ATOP, I did.
So when you do log in as Jared is my hero 69420, that's to collect the true and honest feedback.
The camera is awesome for Jared, man.
Just to get that experience.
It really is
we want to
beautiful.
get what players are seeing when they actually go into these modes. So we want to use as authentic of an account as we can.
Okay. So the reason we bring this up at the beginning of this, because this show, if you haven't noticed yet, we have a collection of our developers who have been working diligently on master modes and all.
Yeah, he's got a fuel tank. I don't think it's a mug. I think it's a water bottle. Bar where you can lift up the thing and drink out of it, which I would really like to buy one of them if that's the case. That's pretty sick. I like the Drake tape. That's really cool. The fucking transformer is Hot Rod, and then you got the R2D2. It's always got something different.
Flight experience for years and years and years. And then we also made an effort this
week
exactly
to tough. All three or four of these guys have like the worst possible cameras on the planet.
Verify and expose.
And they're trying to run the
NVIDIA
get rid of your background stuff, and it just
to make sure that we
It's
not
very
just- it's not just
interesting that
collecting your
this is the
feedback, we have
choice
to
they
test
went
it
with.
and analyze it and verify its veracity. That's not a good sentence.
Because as I was saying earlier on, I don't know why they don't have like travel cases that they send out to people. That's generally what most media systems have.
Present as much of both sides of the situation as when we talk to the questions this month. We have, of course, collected questions from the community via Spectrum, which is our bespoke communication platform on robertspaceindustries.com. We let you guys vote up which ones you want to see
most
answered most,
laptops
and
these
we pulled
days
the ones
would do a better
that
job.
weren't either duplicates or just outside the mandate of the master modes team. Like there were a number of questions that tended to veer into resource network and stuff, and we'll let those be handled by the resource team. I think we're still going to touch on it here and there from here. But let's start in with the questions. So the biggest question, the first question, the most obvious question, the one that was repeated the most, the one that we knew would come up when we were filming the interview. Yogi can attest, we scheduled this interview about 24 hours after we filmed for the Master Modes episode, a week before we aired, because we knew there would be questions, and especially this question. So we're just going to jump right into it. Given that most of the concentration has been on how Master Modes works with combat-minded ships, how will Master Modes have a substantial effect on how non-combat pilots and ships operate in the verse?
Oh, for a start,
Okay,
Master
let's
Modes.
start with the big elephant. So in
Isn't just
general,
for combat.
there is no difference between how we're treating combat ships and non-combat ships. If we want to have a consistent gameplay system, it needs to make sure that all the ships apply to the same rules, or not.
This is
apply
the
to
biggest
follow
thing
the
that a
same
lot
rules.
of people who
So,
are whining
although we
about
have
Master Modes don't seem
combat-focused
to
and
grasp.
non-combat focused ships, we still need to make sure that the non-combat focused ships are basically fitting that scheme. And so the effect that Master Mode brings for non-combat ships, let's just talk about maybe like miners and salvagers, is just the same. You're going into nav mode to travel somewhere, and you're going into SCM mode to do whatever you need to do in your normal gameplay loop. So navigation
Yogi
or
is
nav
cool,
mode
yeah.
is just for traversal. And this does not mean that industrial ships are easy fodder or something like that. If we see some kind of imbalance in our data, then we usually react to that. So if we have, for example, a Gladius that's fighting against an Aurora, the Aurora is of course not a fighter, right? But it will also not be as super easy fodder for a Gladius. So what we usually do is like we give it a little bit more health or bump up some other defenses. But in any case, like you don't need to worry. Like the rule set is the same for all ships. And I mean, the other thing with nav mode that came up was whether or not you can always escape a situation. So yes, if your navigation mode is completely spooled and your quantum drive is ready, you can usually quite quickly escape whatever combat situation you're in, unless there's some specialized ships that snare you in some way or keep you there. But this is depend on a case-by-case basis. Also, Rich, you want to add to something? Maybe flight shooting
sure.
or so?
Yeah, so...
What the fuck is going on with Rich's camera? Is he gone back in time to the fucking 80s? What the fuck is going on here? Holy shit! He's getting blurrier and blurrier. Half-Life 2. Fuck me! What is going on with this show? I might as well just fucking put a background on and just listen to it. Is that Obi-Wan Kenobi? Fucking hell. This camera is dying. Where did they get all their cameras from?
A big thing with Master Modes for us is it's not just about combat. We can keep saying this, but it's not just about the combat ships. We have reworked every single ship in the game right now.
Apple
we've got a base
webcam.
archetype we use, so there's a difference between archetype and role for us. So archetype is something we use internally to start a baseline with a ship. But then as we move forward,
Dude, the fucking chair is blurring in and out, in and out, in and out as he wobbles his chair like this. It's just fucking going crazy.
Roller ship and what that kind of individuality of each ship means, But yeah, every single ship in the game is going to have a rework and feel different to what it has done in the past. And there's been a big focus not just on the combat side of things, but what makes a good cargo ship. And
he's red gasoline.
and to make sure that the overall balance between these ships is fair. for everyone, because we do realize that the players in our game, there is some people that love combat, but there is people that don't really want to do combat. So we've got to tune ships for an environment where it's fair for everyone playing the game, and that's been a big focus of ours. Because we don't want people that don't want to do combat to feel like combat is always a threat. It's just always something in the game. There's always got to be something to kind of balance that out. And it's going to be, there's going to be a big learning process. When it first goes out, there's a good chance we might not get it right. There's a good, there's definitely a good.
Well, the green screen is failing because it's not a green screen rapid fire. It's basically using NVIDIA's AI system to remove the background. That's why it's blurring and failing and stuff like that, because the camera is so shit that the poor fucking PC is struggling to AI algorithm the motherfucker out, and it's not keeping up, He should have put a blue filter on and be like, I would have done that, chat. No joke. I would have fucking just put a blue filter over my camera as well, so you just look like this fucking ghost. At this part.
Changes, and we'll definitely listen to the feedback, and we'll start making iterational changes on these.
What the fuck is? But, did the cat just arrive on the table?
Everyone,
or is that his arm?
You come to Star Citizen 4.
Yeah, Nona Nelson is like, oh no, they avoided that most upvoted question. No, we just didn't start with it. We're one question in. Chill. You mentioned that archetypes are not the same as roles, and this was one of the bigger misunderstandings that came from the episode there. Archetypes are are not about the overall purpose and intention of the ship. Archetypes are about a flight profile. It's
give it a
building
role
out a number of flight profiles as a starting point.
It's easier just to do a role.
As a first pass assumption on a vehicle before you go in and do individual specific.
This is one of the things that a lot of people don't seem to grasp on Spectrum and Reddit and stuff like that. There is like 180 plus ships now in Star Citizen, with like 6 to 7 coming out this year alone. And they have to go into the roles of industrial, racing, mining. Well, I would suppose that covers under that, right? But yeah, it needs to be like, for CIG to tune in every single ship is just going to be impossible for them.
Tunings. So yes, the archetypes tend to.
That's going to take a long time,
because that's where the whole, I don't want to say rock paper scissors, but the essence of balancing between the different fighter types is most important. We don't need a miner ship and a salvage ship to have individual flight characteristic archetypes. They'll have their own individual tuning, so they won't handle exactly the same. But there doesn't need to be an entire archetype made for the way that all mining ships fly and turn. So there was a big misconception here, and I just want to make sure that we get this out, that archetypes and roles are synonymous. They are not. They are not. When we were referring to the Idris as this or that or whatever, those were for the flight archetypes. And yes, some of the names match and some of the names don't, because, I mean, I'm not going to lie, I've been here 10 years. We're not always the greatest at naming things.
Good. I respect that, Jared.
Here. But it's important to know that archetypes are not the roles. They're not the intended function of the ships. They are simply a starting point for the flight profile that Rich and his team and Yogi and all them then
also
go
waste
to
of time, because next are new big changes. We need to bring it back and keep it in good enough state as before.
So the reason how that came together is practically based on our day-to-day work, right? So in general, the fighter gameplay is the most challenging one. So naturally, we're going for that first. But we could have also called a light fighter archetype a small wiggle ship archetype or something like that, right? But it's not, but it's not as descriptive for us. So when we were focused on fighters, we just called it fighters. We're also calling something like light fighter bombers, which are not bombers. They just, for us internally, describe something. Just like as Jared said, like a flight.
A light fighter bomber, but doesn't describe a bomber. Then why would you call it bomber then?
profile. It does not mean that this describes the role.
Yeah, it's hard. What we struggle with this all the time. This is the thing that makes me look like this. I mean, come on, I look like this. I'm only 24 years old, people. This is what the job does. Is that
Don't show, man.
Is that we share internal terminology externally, and that is not always.
Yeah, but why would you call it a bomber if it's not got a bomber role? You know what I mean? That just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, surely there must be 100 different names that you could use to describe something that isn't a bomber, you know? Like, light fighter, boom, light fighter, zoom, light fighter, doom, or you know what I mean? But if you're actually calling it a light fighter bomber, wouldn't that suggest that it drops bombs?
Super clear, and it's not always
attack bomber. Yeah,
it's not always great for messaging. We'll just be real honest with it. Yes,
light fighter
it would be better,
backstrafe. Yeah,
it would be better sometimes if we could take more time to.
Yeah, payload fighter, fighter bomber. Payload fighter, I would probably take over that. But you know what I mean? If you're actually calling a light fighter bomber, but it doesn't have the role of a bomber, then why would you call that to begin with? That just massively confuses not only staff, but if I hear that, I'm like, oh, a light fighter that possibly drops bombs or can carry torpedoes or something like that. You know what I mean? But
to figure out what the proper external version name of.
I mean, that's just how to make it difficult on yourself.
It would avoid confusion in our parts, and we try. We genuinely try. Sometimes we don't succeed. In this one, we let internal terminology go external.
I mean, you could do light fighter attacker, light fighter defender, light fighter zoomer, whatever, you know, to state what kind of like system they're going to be under.
Saying what I just said here and whatnot. So that's on me. So apologize for the confusion, but hoping we clear that up now. And I'm hoping Nona and Nelson.
As long as it doesn't get written on the website, because if it gets written on the website, everyone freaks out, you know.
Because this had what I thought was.
Oh, is this a light fighter?
Get out there.
Especially the defender. The developer who works in the area thinks the defender is a heavy fighter. It's advertised as a light fighter on the website, and it's a medium fighter spec. How are we ever meant to fucking know what the hell the defender is? If the developer who runs this shit thinks it's a heavy fighter, it acts like a medium fighter, and it's classed as a light fighter on the website.
People.
How are we meant to keep up?
So now, because Rich, you mentioned, Yogi, you mentioned
that
nav mode is what helps players get away and stuff like this, and how we're going to combat that and stuff. The most voted on question was, can you explain in detail how quantum dampeners and quantum snares will work on ships in nav mode?
Not yet. No, the thing is, like obviously, like quantum dampening and snaring, and in general keeping or trapping players within the SEM speed is something that makes or has a big impact on.
Yeah, like this is something where right now we only have a mantis or a dampening system that stops you from warping. If anyone, like, obviously there are ideas on the table of how it can work to stop people going booming and zooming, but here's the reality check. Everyone is booming and zooming just now in the game anyway. The difference is the moment that somebody goes into nav mode, they're a huge missile threat. You can kill them very easily with missiles. So yes, it'd be kind of cool to maybe slow somebody's ability to go into nav mode fully, which is what they've discussed as maybe distortion in the future. But I was never expecting QED to really actually do anything apart from stop people from warping. There are many, many other tools you can use to prevent people running away.
Combat itself, but the thing
and
is,
since we know that hacking is meant to be coming this year with the Legionnaire, hopefully,
it's on the to-do list for
maybe
323,
you're able
whether
to
we're
shut
gonna make
down
it for
somebody's
323 or
engines
not,
for
we don't know
boarding.
yet,
You know,
because there's a couple of things we still need to iron out. For example, do we simply say you cannot boost away? Do we need to take the size of the ship that wants to escape into account? Do we just change the spool timers? These are all just small details which we haven't tried out and internally tested yet. I mean, this also leads to the question that at 3-3 is like not.
I can't remember
not
what
the
the
full
size of the Apollo
experience for
is.
Masterminds,
It's like,
right?
what,
It's
40
just the first
meters or
step.
something, right?
There will be stuff missing. The ships will not be as varied as we would like them to have later. So this will be like, we will build on that work. But
And I said this in my tweet, expect this to be ongoing for 6 to 9 months minimum till they get everything sort of tweaked out and in the game and all that jazz. Everyone's like, oh my god, 323 is going to suck because Master Mode doesn't have this, Master Mode doesn't have that. It's like, yes, you have to let them time for CIG to dial in and find the mistakes and sort them out and stuff, just the same as they've been doing for the past 6 years, by the way. I'm getting covered in hair. Have you had enough cuddles? You just gotta give them time.
exactly.
And it
if
seems that
quantum
people are not
dampening
willing to
and,
give CIG
etc.
time
will
for
be
some
there
reason.
on day one when Master Mode releases, I do not know yet. It depends how well the normal work progress continues in the next few weeks. We'll see.
Yeah. Let's remember that there's a reason I've been referring to the first half of 2024
Exactly,
when I talk
Robert.
about when these
It's so
features
sad.
are arriving.
You know what I mean? Like, look at this way. I'm gonna. This might not be the best, like, way to describe it, but imagine you. Excuse me. What do you think you're doing here? Have you come to give your description? No, I didn't think so. So I look at it this way. A carpenter starts to build a piece of wood, like takes a piece of wood and starts to build like a table out of it. And whilst they're away in their workshop, building away, scraping the tools, doing all that sort of stuff, somebody comes in who has absolutely no idea how to do what they're doing and goes, it should be this way. It should be that way. It should be this way. It should be that way. Without the carpenter to like finish it off, like get through the prototype stage before maybe making something like another cabinet. You know what I mean? Like what they probably do with IKEA. They have somebody design it and then they come in and go, right, this needs to be changed. We don't like this. But it's at the stage where Master Modes is not even completed and somebody is on the back of CIG trying to fucking say, this is how it should be. This is what I believe it should be. And it's like, let them finish the whole thing first, and then we can nitpick it and try and get some changes done. But there's no point CIG constantly changing it whilst they're designing it and building it for us, because here's the thing. They've been doing that for 6 years and it's got us nowhere. So people really need to sit down and just let, yeah, exactly, Crystal. Let CIG cook. Let them finish the design. And then we can see where it goes with. Yes, they will try to balance things out, but you need to give them 6 to 9 months. And if you don't have that time, go and play other games. You've got Dragon's Dogma coming up. You've got ARPGs like No Rest for the Wicked. You've got Helldivers. You've got, you know, the DLC for Elden Ring and stuff like that. This whole year is full of games. If you can't deal with development stage, don't play Star Citizen. It's like going to a restaurant. This is a better way. Yeah. It's like going to a restaurant and harassing the chef about your steak not being cooked right when he hasn't even flipped it yet. There we go. That's a much better way of looking at it than what I was describing. Exactly that. You've ordered something up, which is you purchasing. Oh, yeah. Ghost of Tsushima as well. Yeah. Yeah. There are some cracking games this year. It's you're ordered up your Star Citizen experience. But again, the Star Citizen experience doesn't necessarily, like, if you order up a plate and you're told what the plate has on it, you don't choose where the potatoes come from. You don't choose where the beef comes from. You can say, I want a medium rare steak, right? But you can't choose where they decide to buy the steak from. And it's a big thing where people are in the back of their mind that they're like, oh, I've spent this amount of money. I deserve to have the game designed the way I want it to be. And that's not how the world works. You can put your money into the game, But you have to let these guys finish the game before you start crying about things. And even after 12 years, I'm a 12-year backer in October. I still understand that there's a good 5 years before this thing is ever out. It might be out earlier, it might be out later than the number I've given, but I'm always understanding. You can sit down there as long as you want and camp the sweets. That's not happening. This is a new trick of yours. He's literally down here, chat. And you can't see him, but he's like that, looking up at me just like, because there's a bag of chews here, and he's not getting them. Master Modes is such an odd name. Exactly, but I mean, as CIG have addressed in this video, Noobifier, they're really shit at doing naming things, right? Why not just call it Flight Model? Yeah, they should have just said it's Flight Model version 3.
The normal...
But it's not. It's still version 2.
Some folks have figured it out, some folks have. The normal quarterly release...
This is the biggest thing that people don't get, is we're still on the second flight model of Star Citizen. We had JP's model, and then we had the one that came after it. It's the same IFCS. It's just things are tweaking differently. There's no difference to the physics engine and stuff like that.
Cadence doesn't really apply to a patch that's this
just
big.
another layer on top of it. Yeah,
has enough content in it that would have covered 3 normal quarterly patches. So since December and the first conversations of this post-CitizenCon, I've been very specific about...
I'm like, hear me out in this chat. I think CIG will get master modes set up, and then basically they will have... I think what CIG will do, right, is they'll get this all set up for Squadron 42, release Squadron 42, release Star Citizen, and I would guarantee you about 5 years afterwards, they'll build a whole new IFCS for Star Citizen. Something that is like very advanced, right? Then the David Coulson one, well, we're on the David Coulson one, Noobifier. We've had JP's one, and we've had David's one. We're still on Coulson's system, I believe, anyway. CIG never, like, this is where a lot of people, like, I'm just gonna drop names like Mythology and stuff. They're like, oh, the new flight model. It's like, it's not a new flight model and shit like that. It's just literally an adaptation on the current system. We are on the Yogi one. I would like to hear that from Yogi's. You know what I mean? I still think it's David's one, personally. Well, control surfaces is still not even a change to the flight model. It's just a, like, let's call it DLC added towards the system. A module added in, right? Because, funnily enough, CIG actually do have aerodynamics built into the game. It just, our ships don't use it, you know?
Speaking about the first half of 2023.
But people really need to relax and just let CIG finish this off.
I already see folks
because
like, oh, this comes out next week, and they don't have
as I was, like I've been saying for the past 4 weeks whilst I've been playing it in Arena Commander, this is the best flight version we've had since 263, 264. The past 6 years has been actual shit. And a lot of people who weren't around for those times are like, what we saw, well, like, I was showcasing your videos, Noobifier. You know how you've got like 6, 7 videos on how to play the game round about 6 years ago, like 263, stuff like that. Like, you've got a video on pips, you got a video on missiles, you got a video on flight. I was showcasing all this stuff, and some people were like, this is super boring. It's like, it's not boring, it's just because you just can't grasp it, that's all. And now they're the same people saying that Master Modes is boring, and it's like, you just don't get it, that you can't use speed to be constantly invulnerable in the game. You have to have it where if you make a mistake, you die, you know? Many of those videos are basically obsolete. Yeah, but it shows you what the game had at the time, which was a really good system. And now CIG are going in a 360 circle, and we're back to 263. Just instead of moving in every direction at the same speed, there's a difference to it. But it's practically 263.
No, it doesn't come out next week. Still being worked on, and like I said, when
This
we have
is
an
why
update,
people find it boring,
I'm sure
because
we'll
they
share it
don't
with you.
have situational awareness in their head.
All right, but now you
They're
know why
like,
we didn't
oh,
start with
I
that
need
question.
shields, I just run, kind of thing, you know?
With the new nav mode, with the way nav mode has been described, will we be able to stay in it and travel everywhere avoiding combat? What are the planned limitations of nav mode?
So you will be able to always stay in nav mode. Whether it's suitable for you to do that is a different question. You will just not be able to access certain operator modes from nav mode. So things like scanning, for example.
To stop people running tough. You are literally disabling your weapons, your shields, or you're not disabling weapons and shields. You're turning off them for a period of time so that you can go fast, right? If you make everyone able to go fast and drop countermeasures, nobody dies then, dude. Because, again, the issue with missiles and countermeasures in the PU is server related. If you go into Arena Commander Live and you go into Arena Commander Master Modes, no missile will ever hit you if you know what you're doing. If you pre-flare and you flare the right amount of numbers, no missile will ever hit you, dude. The only reason that missiles have such a problem is because flares don't work in the PU. So if everyone is moving around at 1,000 meters a second and flares are working and no missile can chase them, how are you ever stopping them, dude? You're literally immortal at that point. So there has to be a counter if somebody, like if somebody's in nav mode, you want to force them out of nav mode, you have to fire missiles. So you use missiles for beyond visual range combat because they're useless at close range because flares work in this environment. And then you use your guns for close range, so it's too close for too close for missiles, switching to guns. They're running away, switching to missiles to disable their engine. And I've killed so many people that have ran away tough in master modes now. Like, the moment I notice them going into nav mode, I'm queuing up a missile and sending after them and watching them just go as they try and run away.
You can, but the guns operator mode, the missile operator mode, mining and salvaging will not be available in nav mode. So you can just go around, but this also means like your shields are not effective, which means
they probably will.
Unless you're currently
I've never
traveling,
agreed that they should have guns on racing ships.
So
it's the same as why have a gun on a prospector. It's like CIG go, oh well, the prospector is so it can defend itself against fucking what? What the fuck is 2 size 1, 2 size 2s in a very slow ship going to do against somebody that's caught you? It's better to give a prospector more HP and faster fucking speed than it is to give it a weapon system. Only a clown would design a game like that. If you're an industrial ship, it should be where you're fast as fuck and you're tanky as fuck. You don't need guns.
But when you're spooled and you are under attack, you still have the option to, not...
Same with a racing ship. Doesn't need a tank, doesn't need guns, just needs to be super fast. That's it.
Actually get out of this thing very fast.
But CIG have the most inconsistent balancing ideas.
No to this,
and this is why they're in such a trouble now.
You're invulnerable to combat. You're not. If you're flying around in normal space, you can be attacked one way or another.
I want to poke in here.
First thing is stripping the guns off a reclaimer. Well, see, the thing is, the reclaimer guns will actually be really good in 3-2-3 Von Moist, because size 5. So the reclaimer has dual size 5 on the top. These actually do a lot of damage and have a lot of range in master modes. And the new tracking system on the turrets, for example, will be able to massively defend a reclaimer in the future. But you know what I mean? With a prospector, with its 2 little guns, it's more logical to make the prospector, a mole, a raft, all these things just be very fast and very tanky for industrial ships, and that's it, you know? But a reclaimer has huge amount of HP, it has the free size free shields, and it's caked in defense. The problem is that the defense in our current system is just useless. But no joke, I think the reclaimer is going to be a fucking monster once they've got the new turret systems in and everyone's going slower, because again, it has a shit ton of HP and big tank shields as well. So, but very easy to be torped, for example. So there's always a counter to these things.
I think I'm pronouncing that right. Going back to the previous question, he goes, you'd think quantum interdiction stuff would be architected before all these master mode changes. Lamau, he says. Why is the quantum interdiction stuff, why is this a secondary consideration to all the...
I'm going to answer this before Yogi or anyone says this. You build the flight system first to make sure it works, and you find where people are getting past your design parameters, right? It's fucking logical to do it this way. You build a game, and then you wait to see players do the shenanigans, and then you build something around those shenanigans to stop those shenanigans, and it brings it back down to a balanced line. That's how you fucking balance out video games like Star Citizen. You build a parameter set, the moment that players start to abuse it in some way, you then do other things. So it's the same thing with QED, that instead of making it super powerful and everyone is fucked because of it, you make it to see how people are escaping, and then you design the QED system around the people that are escaping. And that brings them back into check.
The other breadth of work being done on master modes.
I think this has more to do with the realities of how games are developed. Things like quantum interdiction speaks very strongly to the quantum travel experience. And when we created master modes, we did this roughly in parallel with a new quantum travel experience for Squadron. The thing is that although these things work together, we're bringing them separately back to
I don't know why they didn't call it flight modes.
So, and
you know?
Quantum dampening is not a thing that is of a big importance in Squadron. So that feature, in combination with master modes, was just not ready. But the thing is, if we don't move tech that's ready over early, then we're dragging a lot of like legacy with us all the time.
Yep. And this is what we've had for 6 years, chat. This is why I don't understand when people describe live as the best way to have Star Citizen. For 6 years, everything is broken. Your flying is broken, your afterburner is broken, your shields are broken, your guns are broken, your hit reg is broken, your desync is broken. 6 years, we've constantly had CIG trying to band-aid and get the fucking plasters out, wrapping it up as much as possible. And it's all because we're stuck on legacy. Stuff that we've had way, way before in JP's model and stuff like that. CIG need to rip it all out and start putting the new things in. And there's no point ripping it out and then there's just this big gap of nothing. They want to start slotting things in to see how it goes over time and stuff like that. It's crazy that anyone doesn't get this, that if we're going into a new system, we have to cut all the horrible, fat, cancerous shit out so that it heals and just gets better and stuff like that.
So this basically for master modes, or let's say for IFCS, that means that large parts of the codes is there doubled there, because we know which parts we can throw away when master mode is active, and we know which parts we can keep. But
yeah, it's the same with the UI. We have never had the new UI system because it's constantly tied to legacy.
So
just fucking bin it, man.
Finished. So these things, they just happen. Yeah. It's like engineering.
But then I did say this. I said that CIG should shut down Star Citizen for 1 or 2 years where there's no servers and pull everything of legacy out and replace it and then boot it back up again. They would have still made some sales if they had just been honest with the community and said, look, we'll give you Arena Commander for now, but we need to literally rip out the whole game, redo it, and we can't do it whilst you're playing it, or you're going to have no content for 2 years or something like that. I would have been totally cool with that.
Design is hard. It's really, really hard.
But everyone keeps moaning, there's not enough content, there's not enough changes, there's not enough this.
Our friend Still Tomo has...
At the end of the day, if they had just made the servers more stable, you know? We don't need 100 solar systems.
What Yogi said is there aren't other players using QD in Squadron 42, and we're moving a Squadron 42 feature over to the PU. So it wasn't in the original Master Modes mandate because it wasn't necessary in Squadron 42. Now it will be considered and now it will be addressed in the PU, is what he said. He did not say it wasn't important. That's you.
Also, it's also important to consider that, you know, our team is part of these conversations pretty early on, and we call out this stuff really early, and it could be developed in a way that let's focus on master mode and then figure this stuff out later. But we mentioned these things early. We mentioned how do you tackle a ship? How does the Mantis work in this context? Yes. And Yogi and Rich are already thinking about that ahead of time, even if they're not necessarily solving those problems right away.
He's
they're
still
like,
down here, by the
how
way.
does this fit into the overall picture anyway? And so we already consider those things, and we call those out extremely early in the process so that they are part of the overall design, even if we don't get to them right away.
Yeah. And now the chat, we're just proving that we're live. I mean, it says it's live in the corner right now. But folks, I didn't say there was no QED in Squadron 42. I said there were no other players. There's no PvP QED. I mean, you can imagine a world where things might work differently in single player than it would in a multiplayer universe with PvP implications. That's what we're referring to. I don't have my zoom in camera. I would stare for a while. Just imagine the cameras.
I like Jared when he does this. This is what CIG need to do.
You know better.
In so many words, he's doing what I've been saying for multiple weeks, just he's doing it a more political right way of doing it. I've told people just to fuck off and get on with it. And if you don't like it, tough shit. The world's difficult, wear a fucking helmet. Jared's doing obviously the official CIG really good way of saying what I've just said in so many words, that there are things having to be done that you're just going to have to accept, and if you can't accept it, that's where you just fuck off. We have your money, we don't need to hang around anymore, and all these things. You either get the game, or you can play another game. And I wish they would be more like forward to people.
Working atmosphere. We haven't talked about it. Is there any reasonable change?
Obviously not with the way I say it, because I'm doing it the Scottish way.
Nope. So it's gonna.
Jesus Christ. Fucking. Every time I see this camera, I'm like, holy shit, it's a fucking ghost.
Fly the same as it does currently. So if you take a ship in nav mode into atmosphere, you're gonna suffer the same drag, consequences of that. And then if you switch to SEM, you're gonna
Dude, I want to know what camera this is. This is like something that you know what I mean? Cameras. I don't think I've ever seen somebody's webcam this bad. It's not even, it's like, I don't even know what it is, man. No, you can't even say early 2000s. I've never seen a webcam this bad. This is like somebody's setting or something like that. Even early 2000s, my little fucking ball webcam. You remember the old, it was like a ball that would be on the stand on the top of your monitor and stuff like that. Even they were better quality like this. I'm pretty sure in 1999 I had a better fucking camera than this one. It's like crime watched. That's exactly it. It's fucking blurred for secret identity. Yeah. Oh man, this camera is fucking beautiful. I'm expecting him to fucking, the meme of the black kid who like fucking clicks his fingers or something and he disappears, he fades away. I'm expecting this meme to happen where Richard just fucking fades into the black. He like fucking disappears. Oh man.
This was a good one. Ivan won.
Someone in chat called him the Jedi.
Are there any
Dude, I would
SEM
definitely put a blue
and nav
filter
mode
on.
transition times to differ between ships? For example, through engineering optimization, ship role, or even component archetype or tuning. Will it be the same for every ships or different? Talk to me about this.
No, they're definitely different. So the swap time is defined by two things. One is a value which we currently set per ship. The other one is defined by the quantum drive that you're using, because the quantum drive, when you go into nav mode, the quantum drive spools up, and this is the thing that unlocks the high speeds. Specifically, like I don't want to talk about engineering gameplay because another team is handling that, but it is a value that can potentially be changed.
Engineering changes a lot of master modes and everything in the future as well.
Not my area. But in the initial master mod release for 3.2.3, the ships will have different values in terms of spool times, specifically between like fighters or interceptors. Interceptors, for example, they spool just faster because we want them to be fast and to actually work as interceptors when they need to. So yeah, so the difference, there will definitely be different times. And specifically, the larger the ship, usually the longer the time becomes to
See, I like that. I think
to
bigger the
swap them
ship
out.
should
Yeah,
take
unless
longer
we
to
create
get
something
speed.
hyper specialized, you know, like a ship that's designed.
Yeah, we are,
switch
Robert.
to-
Yeah, very excited. Like, so hear me out in this. We've got a lot to do in 3.23, like in the PU, but I'm very excited to see the AC engineering thing because it will actually give us the first prototype or tier 0, whatever one wants to call it, right? As what multi-crew will be about, like putting out fires, changing out fuses and stuff like that. I'm very excited about it because if anybody's played Sea of Thieves, obviously Sea of Thieves is not as technical as what CIG want to do with Star Citizen, but it's a great feeling of somebody's driving the boat and then you've got, oh, we're on fire, somebody's got to fucking put water on, oh, we're taking water, pull it out, quickly fucking patch up the things and stuff like that, get back on the cannons and fire. So it's this great feeling of you're constantly doing something to prevent the loss of your ship. And I hope that CIG can get the same sort of experience that you get in Sea of Thieves. Again, if anybody's not played Sea of Thieves, I would highly recommend you have a wee shot of it, because you can even just do PvE mode now in the game, apparently. But it's that great vibe of we are working as a team to prevent the loss of something, even if it's just as basic as like hammering nails or whatever. Obviously with Star Citizen it'll be more lasers than anything else, but and the fire extinguisher, but very, very excited for engineering. It's not something that I will be personally wanting to do all the time, because I always look at myself as it's just basically dropship piloting, but I'm very excited to start seeing these big ships have cause and effect, right? That will come down the line, Sharpsteel. Also, thank you very much for the follow, dude. Welcome in. I would imagine that's definitely going to be something in the future where repair costs are going to go through the roof if you don't fix it internally. You know what I mean? Can you please? Oi! Away. Away. You're not getting anything. Just beat it. Bloody kid puppies.
Drift Bosa says,
Fix yourself
pretty
is
much
cheaper,
they wanna
yeah.
make this game single player. Drift Bosa. Nobody else. Nobody else. Everybody else earmuffs. I'm talking just to Drift Bosa. Yes, that's actually secretly what I'm actually saying. You should go to Reddit. Go to Reddit and say I said that. Just you. You're the only one who knows. I'm telling you. Okay. Why is there no UI and HUD update coming with the Master Mode update in 3.23?
It's not finished.
That is not true. But okay, it's a little bit true. So
Yogi.
in general, the new MFDs and so on, and the new ship layouts and so on, which you've seen in the CitizenCon presentation, they won't be in 3.2.3. What will come to 3.2.3, however, is the visor-based update, which meaning all gunnery improvements, target brackets, like all the 3D thing that is projected to whatever it needs to be projected to. So
that's good.
At this appropriate distances. That stuff will make it in. This also means like we're removing all these old.
Yeah, because again, like if you saw CitizenCon last year and they were showcasing it where they've redesigned the whole Gladius cockpit again for the 4th time with big chunky buttons that you can push down. Imagine 180 ships they've got to go through and build all those chunky buttons out again, especially like on the Connie, Mustangs, Arrow, Sabres, Hornets, fucking Mark II Hornets, F8s, Constellations, freelancers. You know what I mean? That's a lot of work for whichever department is doing that. Obviously, they can do it over time, right? Maybe they can do a ship a week or something like that. 180 ships, let's say 180 ships, one a week. And that's me being very generous on time as well, like for them to do it super fast. That's like what, 6 months, 7 months to do all ships? give or take. My maths is dreadful, but 180 divided by 7 would it be? It'd be something like that. It'd be like 5 or 6 months. 1 ship a week, 180 ships. So it's 180 weeks. No, it's not 180. Yeah, so 1 ship a week, 180 weeks. 52 weeks is in a year. Yeah. So they would actually have to do it faster then. So say, oh man. Yeah, when you put it like that, actually. 3.5 years. Ooh. All right. Well, they're gonna have to do a ship a day. A ship a day. Again, like, yeah, that's very true. A lot of variants though. So once you've done it for the constellation, that's like what, 4 constellations? They can hire students or short term to rush it to hell. True. But you know what I mean? Like, this is where, how did anyone think what you saw at CitizenCon, which is a demo, is going to end up in 323? It's a lot to do, right? And yeah, again, it's not rebuilding the cockpits, it's just literally going... Yeah, so maybe a week is actually a bit... Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you made the buttons 3 days per ship. Because again, it's just where you're sitting. And instead of making them flat buttons or like toggles, you're just making chunky buttons for the UI system to work in, right? Maybe it's 5 ships a week. Yeah, something like that. You know what I mean? Again, when you look at it, 3.5 years to get through all the ships on my equation of just 1 a week, you can see how long it's going to take, right? So they have to do, yeah, like 5 ships a week or something like that. I think they could probably do it, like, again, if you've got the buttons for RSI, then you can put that on the Mantis, you can put that on the Constellation, the Apollo that's coming out this year, Polaris that's coming out this year. You know what I mean? They can use the same buttons. They just have to place it differently and stuff. Yeah, well, they have to do that pain for the VR stuff, A-Alpha. So yeah, say like a week to do the RSI, a week to do the whatever, like design and stuff, and then it's just somebody putting it all together kind of stuff. So yeah, I look at it as like, in my head, a week per ship is kind of fair to build the buttons, lay out the buttons, make it animate and stuff like that. Obviously it's multiple teams doing that kind of stuff, but yeah, if I'm right where it's 1 a week, which might not be, that's 3.5 years we have to wait. It could be dynamic, yeah, you know. It might not. You've also got to remember, they might just have it where it moves it for Squadron 42. But if you see the button just, like, if you look at the button tough and it just goes down, I don't need the character to press the button, if you know what I mean. I don't personally need the character to move and press the button that I'm wanting to press. If it just goes down and flashes, I'm fine with that, personally. If I can look at it and it moves, I'm good with that. I don't need to see the actual animation of the pilot doing it. I think the Gladius was just more showcasing what they're going to do for Squadron 42.
The
but I could be wrong.
Sprites that you have on the aiming UI. So there's a partial UI update for it.
And it should be noted that it's...
But maybe CIG have an AI
with
system that does it.
To work on everything,
we don't know these things, right? This is
and
a lot with where CIG always go with, we're open, we're telling you what's going on, but we don't necessarily get to see them when they're doing these things. We don't know how, like, AI is ridiculous these days. AI might be building a lot of things. AI might be helping out with planets. AI might be helping out with scripts. We don't know what CIG are doing with AI, and that might be how they've, you know, they'll speed up all their building as well, because the AI can just fucking knock it up in half the time people can, and then they just clean up with artists and stuff like that, you know? Oh yeah, there's definitely an algorithm that does the planets, but then you have to have an artist that sort of like places things and cleans it up, right, Todd? So you can definitely use algorithms to make the planet and add all the things in, But it needs an artist to do that. But the question is, AI nowadays, Todd, can clean up faster than an artist can. It would be kind of cool to find out what AI CIG are using for their development now. Because if they are using it and they're getting it down to where it's working beautifully, you could see 100 solar systems cooked up in like 3 or 4 years if they have AI cooking it for them.
Very important work with the mobiGlas, the star map, the internal maps, all the work that's coming into 323. So it stands to reason that there are some things that are going to have to be delayed and come later. One of the things that we talked about
touching on with artists, yeah. But I mean, where you don't have to incorporate the artist. The AI does it faster than the artist.
The struggles with master modes and 1v1. So let's talk about that for a bit. What are the struggles with that master mode? Because we've all seen it internally. Even I've seen it internally in these giant fur balls of like squadron battle. Master modes is fantastic. It keeps the screen.
See, for me, when we talk about 100 systems, ECG is, I personally don't need 100 solar systems. You know what I mean? Like CIG literally yesterday tested 200 people in Stanton, 200 people in Pyro going back and forth with each other. And I'm like, if that's on one shard, for example, you've got that number of players at a time. If they get it to where like Yella is a 200 player server, a fucking Daymar is a 200 player, you know what I mean? Oh, I'm totally for master modes. It just needs to be tweaked, that's all. I'm so bored of the 6 years of broken legacy bullshit. It's time to get on with new stuff. But you know what I mean? I personally don't need 100 solar systems if there's like 100 people on each planet, 100 people on each moon. The game gets very crowded at that point, right? So maybe like if CIG were to do 10 solar systems, that would be completely fine with me. Well, the thing is, they can do 5 solar systems that are fleshed out with all the artist work, Liberty, and then they can give us 10 solar systems that have nothing. Just planets, right? And caves and stuff like that. And then we build our outposts on those planets and moons. Filling in the content, right? I'm fine with that. 5 solar systems with missions, reputation, all that jazz, and then you give us 10 blank canvas solar systems that we can conquer and do whatever the fuck we want on them. That would be cool. That would be really, really cool. But I don't think you need 100 solar systems. I just can't see it ever being populated enough to need that. That's the idea down the line, Payne, yeah, but technology ain't going to be able to do that anytime soon. We're just able to do the basic meshing right now for Star Citizen. If we have the advanced stuff, I would probably say in the next 10 years, maybe. Maybe, but everyone's going to have to be cooked on a 4080 plus. All the servers need to be on the new sort of systems that are coming out for it. I don't know how long it would take to have one big mega server, you know what I mean? Yeah, but Eve uses a lot of random generated those stuff, cross-level, like where it can make a mission and you get it in one solar system and you can get the exact same mission in another solar system. You know what I mean? It randomly spawns mini instances, even though everyone can go into the instance, but you know what I mean? CIG don't really have the ability to just spawn things and stuff like that. It's always in certain locations. The latency would be so bad. Again, all depends on the next like 10 years of tech, right?
Space battle. But
I would rather just have 5-10 systems with lots of content.
Yeah. What is the issue? And then
I will always, sorry for pausing again. I will always say it this way. I don't want Star Citizen to go like Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous, where it's an ocean the depth of a swimming pool. I want Star Citizen to be a swimming pool the depth of an ocean. And that's basically to talk about like the quality of the game. I don't need a billion solar systems that look all the same and have nothing to do with it. I would rather have 5 solar systems that are condensed, full of content, full of all these things to do, and then you have little extra places around for players to go and build bases and stuff like that and populate those sort of areas. I don't want it to turn into another Elite Dangerous where there's fucking nothing, right? Thanks for the 11 months, Liberty. Appreciate that, dude. Eve is also a spreadsheet. Well, people joke about spreadsheet simulators, but it's not always about that.
What are we thinking about pursuing as far as a solution?
I'll talk a
There's
little bit
definitely a lot.
about.
Go ahead.
I'll let Brent go ahead. Actually,
No. I was just gonna say there's definitely a lot there. It can even just be on balancing,
Right.
whether it be
Chat. Before we go any further, I'm gonna do I'm gonna do something here. Give me a sec. No, that's not. It is this. I'm gonna put a filter, and we're gonna add this, and we're gonna add color correction, and we are going to go like this. Where is it here? Yeah, a bit like that. And then we need to put a little bit of opacity sort of down here. So, yeah, there we go. Perfect. Maybe a little bit more contrast there. Gamma. And the multiplier should be this. A little bit of that. And there we go. Right, perfect. There we go. Chat.
the tuning of the ship, how it handles, or just even health pools, or even like
It was my
weapon
quickest
battery
attempt
changes
at
that are
making a
coming.
Jedi for you guys. A fucking Force
I
Ghost.
mean, there's
wherever
definitely
the
a lot of things that can contribute to why 1v1s sometimes don't feel the best, but the furball or the squadron battle feels really good too. Bayor, I think you have more on that too, of like
I'll
why the
mention a
1v1s.
couple of. I'll mention a couple of key observations that I think.
There must be an OBS glow. There is an OBS glow. I could put in glow here. Let me just refine it. We'll put some blue. And the problem is that they don't have proper like green screen, right? So yeah, that's not gonna work.
Players are having with it because we limited the velocity space with master modes. You're seeing people get this locked in feeling where they're hitting these max speeds and they can't go beyond that, and their opponent is hitting the max
Hey,
speeds,
Lefty.
and you get
About to get back into the
stuck
tech
in a
preview and
position
see
where
how
you
it
can't
held
get
up
an
overnight.
advantage
Nice.
over them. That's that locked in feeling caused by the velocity space itself. In
I
addition,
wanted to get kind of staticky as well, but it would require me too much time and effort.
a lot of 1v1s are mirror matches, what we call mirror matches, where you're facing the same ship. So the most common is going to be Gladius versus Gladius, right? And when you're facing the same ship, you have the exact same performance characteristics, so you can counterbalance one another pretty easily, and you end up with a head-on situation quite often. And this is something we're observing a lot of when players are talking about it. And we're advising Yogi, advising Rich that this is something that we're seeing. Players are talking about it a lot. And as for solutions, I'll kind of let Yogi and Rich talk about that a bit more. But that's the information we're passing on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry,
No.
you.
No.
My God, Yogi's bright.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
Fucking Rich is the ghost.
Yeah, so we do a lot of iterative testing here.
It's fucking
on
faded
the
into
vehicle team.
existence.
So,
There's a fucking cat tail here as well.
we're constantly testing new things, and Mike and his team do a really good job of providing the feedback. And we discuss that feedback, but then we action that feedback in testing, and we try and find out what causes it. And it's never just like, oh, just move this thing here, or just move this thing here. It's
His
always like a really
camera's
complicated
struggling to do
combination of
anything
things
right now.
that are quite difficult to get sometimes, and also difficult, to basically implement it in the game, you know, because we've got very complex mathematics behind a lot of the systems in the game. So it isn't just a case of just tweaking one number here and there. We've got to really break down and really understand the problem and what's causing it. Right, you know, I said we do a lot of play testing. We get a lot of feedback internally, but we also do a lot of real spectrum in the forums and everywhere else to get a lot of feedback to understand, the way and why the combat is the way it is.
Yeah, it is extremely hard to like the feedback from master modes was very, very diverse. Like I mean, just the comments on the YouTube video that we had last time was very diverse. And then, I mean, we're also like monitoring Discords and so on. And like what I usually do is I listen to the worries that the players have, but I let Bayer and Brent actually and come up with actual proposal, because for me it's very hard to filter through what's actually actionable feedback.
Exactly. This is the biggest thing that I've been. Let me pause differently for Yogi. This is the biggest thing that I've been saying literally the past 4 weeks, is that you can give your feedback. CIG might listen to you, but because of the crazy amount of feedback, they have to filter what actually is logical, sensible feedback, and not just what I want from the game because I need it to do the current shit that I do in the game. And that doesn't represent well towards the global amount of people playing the game or how they want to have master mode set up. And it's impossible for when, say, for example, Avenger 1 makes a video on what he wants. Now, to a certain degree, I agree with a lot of the things that he said in that video, but there's also stuff I disagree with. Then CIG have to take that information and go, is this actually going to be logical for us? Will this actually work with our global plan of master modes? And can we fit it in within the next patch time, right? And this is where then you see other people in the comments of Avenger 1's video saying, why doesn't CIG listen to Avenger 1? It's like they will take his advice or take his information, but they don't have to process it. Because if it doesn't work towards what they are building, it's irrelevant information. And that's not me trying to disrespect Avenger 1. Again, I agree with a lot of the stuff that he has said, but you have to understand is this is where they go, this is your information, we are not using it. And that's not a bad or a good thing, it's just we're not using it. We have a way we're going with things, that's what we're going with.
But in terms of like what we're trying, so we absolutely agree that the 1v1s, they're a little bit meh at the moment, but this is this has to do exactly with the problem of the velocities, right? We want to not go into high velocities because going into high velocities just causes one thing, and this is dragging out the fights more.
Yep.
The only
and this is where this would be the thing that I would disagree with Avenger 1 is he wants us to go faster, like 500 SEM standard, and then when you afterburner you gain up to 700-800 MS. Or he makes it where he said once where you can get up to 500, but the boost takes you up slower and stuff. And I agree on that version. So depending on which version he wants now in the game, I don't agree with SEM at 500 and then afterburner making you go up to 700-800. But I agree with where 500B should be the top and then you use the boost to get faster in that top speed, I would agree with. So it depends on where CIG want to go with it. They don't want hyper kiters anymore, right? They just don't want any more hyper kiting. And this is where people have to understand it will end because it's not good gameplay. And 1v1, this is where CIG, in my opinion, this is how CIG should handle it. They should say, fuck your 1v1, we're making a multiplayer game. If you want 1v1, we're going to make a 1v1 Arena Commander duel mode where you're all in the fucking same ship, same loadout, and there's your 1v1 skill check. And if people are like, that's not good enough for me, then here's where non-CIG employee goes, fuck off then. Simple as that. Fuck off. You let the game PU be a complete scrabble of organic fucking however it's going to unfold, and you balance it around that scenario. And then when you have the dueling and the 1v1, you put it in Arena Commander and you're only allowed to have the same ship, same weapon load, same fit, and it's down to player skill then. you know? And if that's not good enough for you, then get some medieval fucking armor, go to the Oakenfold at fucking dawn, 10 paces and turn and fucking hand off each other in armed combat. If that's not good enough for you. And that's where CIG should be going with it. Make the PU balanced around, like, constantly organic gameplay. And if people are so hyper about the 1v1, build them a 1v1 arena where they can't choose their ship. They've got a high agility, crazy Gundam fucking spaceship that goes absolutely batshit crazy. And there we go, you know? Go LARPing, exactly, yeah. That's how I would be doing it if I was CIG.
Class that really benefited from high velocity.
Because you're not going to get... if you balance the game around 1v1, it means that nobody dies in a group fight. Because if you can dodge people and stay immortal, nobody ever dies in the team fight.
And in the legacy systems, there were not a lot of space for like light and medium fighters. For medium and heavy fighters. So in terms of like what we're trying to make this more interesting in 1v1s is like we're trying to break up that specific pattern where you have two ships circling each other and then they're feeling locked in. Like one of the tries that we did was actually adding more dynamic rotational speeds, so that when you hold boost, your boost pool needs to spool up first before it is expanded, and then it actually not just gives you higher accelerations, it also gives you higher rotation rates and so on. That did a little bit, but not enough yet. We do hope that with other things like more, in general, like smoothing accelerations out a little bit more, so you don't get like a super strong initial kick, but rather like ramp them up. That
nice.
This will create enough like diversity in the maneuvering.
So that means when you're doing a maneuver, you have to think about it before you do it, instead of just, oh, I fucked up, I can instantly turn it into another direction.
So that we're getting like in a better place with the 1v1s again. That said, 6 degrees of freedom is very hard to balance. Like
yeah,
like
exactly.
about the feeling of locked in. Another worry that always comes up is like the feeling of backstrafing, right? So
please, Yogi. I'm not a religious person, chat, but please be correcting backstrafe with what you're about to say, because it's one of my biggest pains in this fucking game.
The backstrafing feeling itself is just mathematically hard to endure, because you need to have an insane amount of acceleration to actually overcome a target that is accelerating backwards on you just to get around by this, right? That's really, really complicated. So
No, it's not. All you do is just make it where they can't use Afterburner going backwards. And that you reduce the speeds down to half of what they're going. Simple. It's very easy, actually. Make it where they can't boost going backwards. Done deal. That means whoever's going forward always has the advantage of getting around on somebody.
we're thinking about trying things out like X-shaped velocity spaces, so that you can, for example, not fly as fast backwards as you can fly forwards. But what this exactly...
But if you're going to do that, it needs to be where you're going double the speed forward than you are backwards.
It does with the dynamics.
Not just 100.
It's insanely hard to predict, like even internally, because even when we're playing internally, it doesn't, like, it produces some results, and sometimes we think, oh yeah, this might work or so, but the actual test is only when we're playing with actual...
There's a very simple way to balance out this game. Would it work? I have no idea. But one of the most simplest ways to balance out this game is where you can only use Afterburner for your forward pushing engines. Not your turning engines, not your maneuvering thrusters, not your fucking VTOLs, not your fucking backstrafing engines, your reverse engines, but only for the forward ones, you know? What about forward boosting whilst uncoupled, 180 degrees turn, and now you're moving faster backwards? Because your main engine would then slow you down, sharp steel. You know what I mean? Like, CIG already have it that you can only get up to a certain speed going backwards. Even if you go forwards and 180 turn and you start going backwards, you can't keep going any faster than like 120, 200 meters a second. But the point being is, if your forward engines are more powerful, when you do that and you press forward by accident, you're going to massively slow yourself down. Yeah, even in uncouple mode. It doesn't hold your speed anymore, dude. If you go 500 forward and you turn around 180 and decouple and reverse strafe, you go down to 200 meters a second. They've got an anti-lock in now. You can't cheese it that way. But this is where I'm saying is if you made it where the moment you press afterburner, it fires off your afterburner jets, right? So not because you're pushing forward, because you're pressing afterburner, your main jets ignite, even with you out forward strafing. The moment that somebody does that whilst they're going backwards, they're going to be sitting at like 50, 60 meters a second because their main thrusters will fucking do this to them. And that's how you balance it. You just literally make it like modern day fighters where the afterburner only affects the main thrust. And there's your case, problem solved. Would it be the best way to do Star Citizen? Probably not. But it takes away all the bullshit that you have right now where people can wiggle with afterburner constantly. And then when people are backstrafing that they can just hold the speed. Just make it where the moment you press afterburner, it's connected to the main thrusters only. Even if you don't push forward thrust, it still ignites your main thrusters, slowing you down.
The players and actually letting them play for a while.
It's a very simple fix.
For a couple of days or weeks.
I don't know if they can do it in the IFCS, but if they've not designed it to be able to do that, then that's on them, right?
You make a good point. Testing on this is not something that can happen in a single afternoon.
This is why it's saying 6 to 9 months.
This is the thing. Even within the experimental modes that are available in Arena Commander, those can only show us master modes working in a select and very limited number of and situations. It does work when it gets into the PU. When 323 comes out, this is the next phase of testing.
Yeah.
And this is the next phase of information gathering. This is
exactly, and this is where like a lot of videos that are about saying master modes is about to ruin the game. It's like, how can it ruin something that they're just testing? And if it doesn't work out, they can just put it back to how they had it beforehand. You know what I mean? It's not difficult to make the same numbers in master mode than it is in live right now. It's just a design brief choice that they want to go with this route. They could have master modes with the exact same numbers that we have in our current flight system, just in master mode system, which is what I think CIG should have done from the beginning. But again, if they've got a different design brief, that's on them. You can do crazy shit with VTOL, yeah. Exploitive gameplay. Yeah, exactly. Because here's the funny thing. I watched a tournament last night with Shadow Moses and some other like Spanish orgs and stuff like that. And I want to tell you this, chat. It was some of the best PvP looking combat I've ever seen in the past 6-7 years. Even before 263. It looked amazing. Virgil was streaming it. There was other people streaming it. And it looked like a fucking battle. It looked amazing. And just want to point this out. And this is not just a up or big up Shadow Moses. But in that whole entire competition, none of their pilots died. In a 4v4 and so forth. With people all in Buccaneers, all people in Hornets, they had like 2 Gladius, 1 Buccaneer, and another ship. Not one of the Shadow Moses guys died. Why? Because they're practicing master modes right now. I don't see any of the other orgs in there.
The next phase of attempting
solutions
to point that out. With 323X or whatever comes after that. And it's just important. I want to make sure that folks understand that Master Modes is no different than any other feature we've developed for Star Citizen over our long history. We'll put it in, we'll test it, we'll test it, we'll test it, we'll test it, we'll tweak it, we'll test that, we'll tweak
I've got
that,
no
we'll
drop
test
frames, Bart,
and,
so it's not me, dude.
And it'll either get to a point where we're happy with it, or it'll get to a point where we need to make changes to it.
And my previewer looks fine.
I want to caution against a lot of the doom and gloom. And the next question I have from the chat is actually from Toastminster45. Hi, Toastminster45. He asks, how do the devs feel about all the discourse surrounding master modes on Spectrum, YouTube, etc., in the PvP community? Does the doom and gloom from a certain selection of them bring you down? How do you
in this weird old is it when I'm pausing? I am pausing the video. So what does it look like? Are you able to take a screenshot of it? Because again, I've got nothing going on. Like I've got 0 drop frames, 0%, and I've had that for nearly 2 hours now. My preview looks absolutely fine. Artifacts occasionally twitch itself. I think it might be Twitch. Are you getting on other people's streams though? Can somebody quickly check that? I mean, I could probably turn the bitrate down. It is fine here. Right. No issues. Haven't got any artifacts? Chrome issues, I think? Yeah, because I'm on Firefox. I don't know why people use Chrome anymore. I have to say, like, Firefox is so much more superior. Uses less CPU and stuff.
I mean, it doesn't really bring us down. It's more we see it as a challenge, really, to like, kind of
Again, there's not much I can do. Like, I could maybe drop the bitrate down,
it's
but
our job, and working with the other teams.
I've not changed the bitrate in like 3 weeks.
And it's fine that players react in a certain way. If they don't like it when they first play it, but we've also seen people that didn't like it, and now they like it. So it.
What? They did like it, or they did like it, and now they like it.
And it's fine that players react in a certain way. If they don't like it when they first play it, but we've also seen people that didn't like it, and now they like it.
They like it, and now they did like it. Wait.
Feedback. And it's fine that players react in a certain way. If they don't like it when they first play it, but we've also seen people that didn't like it, and now they like it.
And now they like it.
So it's important to be balanced with the general view on the feedback.
Yes.
There's definitely some people that don't like it, but there's definitely some people that do. So it's about balance and.
Yeah, let's quickly have a chat. Let's see. Again, this video is not going out on like YouTube or anything like that, so whatever, let's have a look. 2-3 seconds. Not one of the Shadow Moses guys died. Why? Because they're practicing master modes right now. Oh, wow. I don't see any of the other orgs in there.
The next phase of attempting
Just wanted to point that
solutions.
out. Twitch having issues. That's very interesting. Yeah, that's definitely not my end. That's definitely not my end. Just appears very rare. Let me fucking lower the bitrate down. Let's see how that goes. Give me a sec, chat. Obviously, it's not my end, but let's put it down. It's on Twitch's end. Yeah, again, like with these sort of situations, I can't really do much about it because that's not what's happening on my screen.
I don't have the kind of feedback personally, and that's a really important thing. Is it's not personal. It's it's about the feature itself, and it's up to us to make that feature as good as possible. So it kind of motivates me personally in a way. I'm not sure how the other members of the team feel, but that's the way I feel about it.
Classic Force Ghost response, Rich.
Even fucking Jared is close. Oh my god, that's so fucking good.
So it kind of motivates me personally in a way. I'm not sure how the other members of the team feel, but that's the way I feel about it.
Classic Force Ghost response, Rich.
definitely know that I see a lot of the feedback, whether it be negative or
They're all
positive,
fucking
and
Force
it's
ghosts.
definitely helpful when we get the constructive feedback, when people will give us more like, hey, you know, have you guys thought about this? And it gives us a lot to think on versus just, oh, this is awful. So definitely keep that coming.
So that's the
Definitely keep all the
video
good
that's doing
constructive stuff
this
coming.
for the
I
camera.
do say though that like actually, I mean ultimately we need to decide what we're going to do with the game. So just like even if you think that somebody else said what you think, it's always important. And sorry, I'm talking to our player base here, right? Please always put your feedback in. Write what you have, what you feel. Like the feel is super important for us, right? Because you can argue about like, you know, speeds or whatever, right? But you can, but if you forget what the feeling is, or to describe what your feeling is, then often it's for me harder to understand what's actually going on. But in general, I was very happy with the amount of of feedback and the
So, well, I have to put feeling into what I type up? Is that like I love master modes. You know, or do I love master modes?
diversity of the feedback that we got. Even some of the negative feedback, because AC, MM, or the master mode, AC modes are experimental mode. We purposefully added some stuff in there just to try out how things feel. And some of the feedback, even when it was negative, quite often it actually matched up with our expectations, which also helps us to know that we're on the right track, right? So yeah,
that's
Yo, chat. Before anything, focused player count playtests. We will be running a couple of focused 2-hour playtests this weekend to increase the player count to 200 and then again to 400 the following day if all goes well. Play as normal during these tests, and we aren't looking to stress test. But from today, they're gonna do a 200 player cap on the live servers, and tomorrow 400 player cap on the servers between for 2 to 4 p.m. CST or 1900 to 2100. I love how they say 1 to 3 p.m. CST for Americans, and then they say 1900 to 2100 UTC for us EU who fucking understand 24-hour clock. That's funny as fuck, man. The Americans can't understand the 24-hour clock, so they've got to say it as 1 to 3 p.m., but we get it in fucking 24-hour, 1900, 2100. That's crazy. Anyway, holy shit. 400 player test, chat. That is bonkers. Sorry, I just wanted to interrupt that because I was reading this, and that is huge. That is absolutely fucking huge. That's a crazy, crazy amount of people.
It's a fantastic point, Davey. I don't want to. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I want to make sure. I don't want to lose that. Sometimes you test a thing you think is bad.
Yeah,
This is an aspect.
this is where, like, again, with I don't really want to single out Avenger 1, but his some of the feedback that he gave just doesn't work with the design of what they want with master modes, right? And it was just purely the wanting to go to 500 SEM and then up to 800 with the afterburner and stuff like that. CIG have probably internally tested it, and it just doesn't work, right? Golden a ticket event would be crazy. I swear to God, TDL, I live in the US. Americans really do not understand UTC or 24-hour clocks at all. Only the military does. Yeah, I was going to actually say that. Mostly American military understand 24-hour clocks. Everyone else needs a fucking rainbow clock with a big hand. Dude, it's dreadful. It's in the UK. You know that my son can't read analog. Or maybe he can now, but I remember questioning him like a few years ago. And obviously he turns 22 this year. But he had a digital watch, because he couldn't read analog. And I'm like, I can fucking read a sundial, motherfucker. You know? It's crazy, man.
Of our product.
But I just find it funny that CIG puts it out as 1 to 2 p.m. CST for Americans, and for the EU, they actually type out in 24-hour clock. Which blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind. Because you would think, right, if you're going to do a 24-hour clock, you just do a 24-hour for every fucking time zone. But, like, it's the same thing as I don't understand why we don't globally use UTC. Like, why we have to have CST? Why do we have to have, you know, fucking PST and all these things? Why can't you just say UTC -5, UTC -9? It blows my mind that people don't get this shit. That player count test? No, it's meant to be live, Black Gold Saw. They've not stated if it's on a different server. Yeah, here we go. Glowing Fingers got it. Sorry, guys. Again, this is not going to be like a react video that ends up on YouTube, so let's fucking check this out. Because as much as I'm enjoying the information, this is fucking hot. This is fucking... See, look! See what I'm in chat? Let's enhance. Enhance stupidity. Look! CIG made it! 1 to 3 p.m. CST written for Americans, and for us EU who understand UTC, they put it in 24-hour clock. I fucking love it, man. I fucking love this shit. Like, again, why not just make it all 24-hour clock? So people like Infinite Sav and we all of it understand, man. Yeah, 400 player cap for like an hour. No, actually, no, it's longer than that. 2 hours. That's insane. Absolutely fucking insane. Party jumps are not supported yet. One minute. Oh no, this is on Evocati. No, it's not live then. Sorry, I misplaced that because of what Discord was saying. It's for Evocati playtest. 400 players testing a server for 2 hours. Holy shit. No, they didn't give me an invite to Evocati. Dude, why would they? That's pretty cool. Look at all that. The new UI. Going through the wormhole. Again, this is CIG stuff, right? How many evil people are there? I don't know now. They put a thing out, but the thing is, like, so here's the thing. They will add people that, like, write reports and stuff like that. I don't write reports. I play tests and give feedback directly to the developers, but that obviously doesn't give me Evocati access, right? Oh, people are leaking Evocati already. Like, again, this should just be opened up to all backers. I'm sorry, like, the whole evil idea is just so stupid. They should just make it the first 400 people that get in get to test it, and that's it, you know? Evocati is such a bad system in itself. Because it's like, funnily enough, they give it to all these content creators who are making content already on YouTube just now. I was there for the fucking first jumping through, and it's like 10,000 fucking views. And it's just basically somebody going, I jumped through the wormhole and it was cool. They can't show any footage of it and stuff like that. I want to help and test. Well, if you've not got an invite, you're not got an invite, dude. Sadly. I mean, it is only 400 people. There's way, yeah, there's like 2. So not even all Evo are going to be able to test this out. Unless there's multiple servers. Maybe there is, who knows. But that's pretty cool. Pretty fucking cool. 400 player servers chat, maybe in 323.
Project in all of game development that sometimes I think gets lost. Like, why would they put that out? And sometimes it's like, well, we think it might be bad. We think maybe that's not the way we want to go.
You don't, dude. I'm Legatus Black Gold Saw. I've been a content creator for Star Citizen for 5 years, and I don't have Evo access, dude. It's not about how much you spend. They'll give certain content creators who have big audiences access. And again, I don't want to be too disrespectful, but most of the people that have access have no fucking clue about Star Citizen. They're just guinea pigs, that's it.
We have a mechanism in these experimental modes for Arena Commander where we can test it. It's like we don't have to guess. We don't have to wonder if maybe that's not the way. We can actually put it out for you know, testing, and then...
I don't want evil either. I agree with Noobifier on this. I backed a video game to play a video game. I didn't back a video game to be a fucking guinea pig. And that's why I don't get given access from CIG. Because they know how I stand towards evil. I didn't pay money to be a closed-off tester for a company that I get nothing out of it apart from getting to see things other people. But I'm still going to get to see it. I will still jump through the gate. I'll still go ooh ah, you know. Yeah, it's an unpaid intern. Like, again, if I'm somebody that's backed the game to Legata status, been here 12 years, why would I want to be a fucking unpaid test guinea pig? I want to get what I backed for, to play a video game, not to be free, you know, Q&A basically.
No. So that sometimes, and you're going to see this as experimental modes continue, as the what's the other PTU called? Experimental PTU or whatever it's called.
Tech preview.
As that continues, we're going to use it to test things we're uncertain about. We're going to use it to test things that maybe even somebody's like, I don't really think this is the way to go, but I know one way to find out, and to put it out there.
Well, I did say CIG should boot up PTU just for master modes. No servers, so no PU, no legacy flight system. You just basically go into Arena Commander and it's got ships to test out in that environment and just see how it works out. And they do a ship, 2 or 3 ships every week, and just keep patching it. And that's what it's all for. Because I would be in there all the time, testing out. I've got no interest in flying around in the PU just now.
Keep that in mind sometimes when you want to put out. And I also want to say, it would be very easy.
You got invited, Glowing Finger. Let's go.
It would be very easy to write off a lot of the negative feedback as...
Yeah, I don't write inside reports. I'll help out with stuff like that. But they would never invite me to.
Percentage of folks out there. I'm sure there are some percentage of folks out there who aren't giving it.
I would imagine there's a lot of people at CIG and the higher up that don't like me, and I really don't give a fucking shit.
It would not be effective for us to just hand wave all of that feedback with that. There are people out there.
I ain't gonna brown nose fucking developers like.
Preferred the
not
other
my
way.
style.
And that's valid. That's a valid point, and it's one that we take in. It's one that I heard, like Rich and all of us were on the line for a long time before the show started, and you know, and
oh, I'm sure there's a lot.
We take that responsibility very seriously.
I mean, Jared on one of the live shows called me a jerk, Glitch. So because I was killing CIG employees like they were fucking cattle at Jumptown. That was like Elliot and his team. There's like 7 of them, and I fucking slaughtered them like they were nothing. It was a gust of wind to dealing with, and they were talking about it on an Inside Star Citizen, and Jared called me a jerk.
I'm speaking on their behalf right now.
But you are a jerk.
Maybe it's easier if I do it, but we know that this is a challenge.
I'm an asshole. I ain't a jerk.
Who genuinely like.
It's because I speak fucking honesty.
We believe this is better for.
How did he know? What do you mean? Because Elliot came into my channel and said, "Can you stop killing us?" And I was like, "No."
For the longevity and the lifespan of the game, and so we're trying this. We're trying this right now. We believe in it. We've been talking about it since 2 Citizen Cons ago when we first introduced it. So I would like to encourage you to stay the course, keep trying it, try it in the PTU, try it in every other situation.
Yeah.
Allow us to continue tuning it.
It's the best way to give the best data for the game.
Everybody I've talked to here.
People just sit the fuck down and start dialing in the numbers. That's it. See you in 6 to 9 months if you can't handle it.
I hope you give it the chance. Because I want you to like playing Star Citizen.
And if you don't like playing Star Citizen, fuck off.
The next big feedback. We're just in the feedback mode, so let's do this. What do you guys have to say to people who say that this is lowering the skill ceiling?
Fuck off.
Is this true? Is this false? Do you agree with it? Do you not agree with it? Does this make things easier?
Oh, that is a bit spicy.
That is spicy.
I would agree that at the moment, especially in the 1v1s, we have a lower skill ceiling.
Yeah, but nobody cares about 1v1.
At the same time, we're also lowering the entry, like the skill floor? The skill floor to actually do
yeah, so more people can get involved, which is
right?
more better than having high skill
ceiling.
ceiling.
The longevity of the game, the changes we're doing right now are actually suitable. I think the question towards whether the skill ceiling is a little bit lower is the same question in terms of like what can we do to make 1v1s better, right? Like it kind of steers in the same environment, right? So basically, for me, from my point of view, it goes back to just making the flight dynamics a little bit more dynamic.
Oh yeah, I completely agree, Danny. What's that reference to? Just basically that they don't understand the game. That's what it means, Ondo. That you could write wherever you want down, they're always going to see 6 as the final result, even though that's not how it works.
Dynamic and a little bit better, so that people who are spending a lot of time in their ships, they learn what the ships actually can do. And so that the maximum performance envelope of a ship is not directly always available, but you have to work for it in order to get it. That's at least what I read out of that.
Okay. Let's see. We're doing good. Let's cut through. Let's do some more of the big questions here. We're in our big question era here, in the center here. So let's take on racing. How will master modes make racing viable when SCM speed is too slow and the ship ain't? I'm just reading.
And race in nav mode.
It ain't agile enough with nav mode.
What?
Is that true? This question came in a couple different forms in the questions. Right?
Sounds like somebody just can't race.
But okay. Talk to folks who think this is having a detrimental effect on racing.
Okay, so I spoke with PET about this, what players mean by that, because technically there is no difference between what kind of like flight performance your ship has between SCM and NAV.
Exactly.
And NAV is actually a little bit bigger because you have a wider velocity space available to you. So what we think that is, and Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, is the absence of the overly G advantages you got through from tricording.
So basically, all the racers are moaning that they no longer have this tricord using the cheese mechanic to make them fucking good, that now people are seeing how bad they really are at racing.
The past. The problem with tricording was always that that you get more acceleration when you go forward.
Can you do me tell them watch my
right?
summary
Because
at the end, even at 2 times speed, I promise.
The problem is
you
that
did all the work to remove
the
all
more
the confusion.
acceleration a ship already has, and the more spherical tuning is, that advantage can get up to 70% in the worst case, right? So that's why we cut down on these accelerations, and this.
Or you can just link it now, Nubifier, because we actually fixed it where firsts can
PvP
post links
of the capabilities to quickly evade, because they couldn't access that acceleration anymore. So, and I believe that is part of the question why it is perceived that you're less agile in racing. Would you agree, Michael?
I would, and it's really an important question to understand our process a little bit, because we see comments like that, and
yeah,
it's easy to go,
a lot
well,
of
that's
time
just
for
wrong,
people.
and then just go, well, we should just dismiss that. But in reality, what we do is, well, why are they saying that? Let's look into the process, let's understand the context of what.
Yeah, you won't get banned. We managed to sort it out. We tested it and stuff, because obviously first we're getting locked off and stuff like that. Also, make sure, guys, whilst we're just taking this quick short thing, click on Nubifier's link, go and subscribe to Nubifier's channel. If you ever want to see or have this all written up where it only takes 4 minutes instead of a fucking hour, he's your guy.
What they're saying and figure out.
Normally,
exactly
I don't watch this stuff.
Yogi's exactly right. It's the tricording issue. You got a lot more acceleration from that, and
just
it's
don't
much
do it
more noticeable
together.
if you're going faster. So it seems like when you're in nav mode, you have less control, even if necessarily the accelerations are different between nav mode and SCM. So we don't dismiss feedback even if it has sort of the wrong statements in it. We try to understand that context.
Again, some of the simplest things that they could do for racing ships is just take away the weapons and make it where the ships can't take any shots. They've got like no HP, and just give the racing community batshit fucking crazy flying. That's it. You know what I mean? It can't fire, it can't tank, it can't countermeasure, but it can go fucking crazy. Just do that for the racing community. They don't need guns, and if they want to race with guns, just race with a Gladius, race with an arrow, race with a Hornet.
What is that?
Completing the track in 10 minutes is no different than completing the track in a slower ship at 15 minutes.
Are they getting at what could they do that they can't do anymore, and try to figure out if there's a problem there that we
No
can address.
racers are racing with guns anyway.
Also,
Exactly,
I
yeah.
have to imagine that every racetrack that's in the PU and created now was done with the old flight model in mind, and that there might need to be some revisiting of some of the racetracks.
There doesn't need to be see, this is the big thing that annoys me with the racing community. If you are somebody who does racing and you get round the track in under a minute in our current system, but you get round the track in 2 minutes, and you're the fastest person that can do it in 2 minutes, you're still the fastest racer in the game. It's just a number. That's all it is with racing. It's memorizing the track and getting your number as small as possible compared to somebody else. That's all racing is. It's a memory game. So if you can do it in 1 minute in one flight system, and you can do it 2 minutes in another flight system, but nobody else can do it in these speeds, you're still the fastest fucking racer. It's so stupid that you would even redesign tracks just so they can get there under 1 minute fucking round the circuit. Who fucking cares? They all do run-ups anyway. All these motherfuckers are running up before they even go over the start line so they can be at max speed to go round and tricord and cheese it as much as possible. None of these fucking cunts are good at racing. They're all cheating out of their arses anyway.
For the noon flight mode.
Yeah, I mean, this is like also absolutely true. The thing is like, when you go fast, the scale of things that you see around you is also changing, because the feeling of speed is not based on how fast you are, but it is relatively how close things come by you, right? So if you, strictly speaking, if you have a racetrack which you can fly decently well with 1200 meters per second, you can have an equally challenging racetrack for the SEM speed envelope that has just much narrower tracks, as an example, right? So, so yeah, I mean, the racing community in general was pretty critical about SEM.
Not all ships used for racing today will have QT. Yeah, that's what they're worried about. They're worried that they can't use their cheesy fucking tricording Merlins and stuff like that. But they have a Snub Fury that nobody's tested yet. We have no idea how that goes around the track, do we, Ondo? You know what I mean? They're literally fucking crying, you know? Hey, Gustav, welcome in. They're literally crying that they've lost their racing, and they've not lost their racing. We have no ships to test right now that are classed as racers, and you're worried that you've lost your P52, your P72 going around the track. Boo-hoo. You know?
About master modes, and it also encouraged us to...
Again, it's just a relevant time. If the snub goes round the track at 2 minutes now, and it goes round the track 3 minutes in master modes, and you're still the fastest 3-minute player, you're still the fastest racer. Like, I don't understand. The racing community in Star Citizen are fucking whack. Like, you go and say the same shit to anyone that does F1 racing, the VR stuff, the virtual racing, all that stuff, and you say, oh, by the way, you're allowed to have a fucking 500-meter head start to get to maximum speed before you go through the start line to start on 0 time so that when you go around the first corner, you're at maximum speed. Most racers would go, you fucking what, mate? The Star Citizen racing community are a fucking joke.
Tweak a little bit the tricording limit.
Anything to fucking cheese a time, that's it. But time is just a number. If you do it in 1 minute, or you can do it in fucking 2 minutes, it doesn't matter. Whoever does it the fastest 2 minutes still wins. Flying lap. There's no race course on this planet, Nubifier, where you are not starting on the starting line. Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the full race course, right? You're sitting down, you're in your line F1 cars, and you've done your flying lap to get further up the front of the qualification, right? So you're at the front of the line, basically. But you're still on the starting grid, right? You're not fucking going halfway back through the course and getting up to max speed, getting your tires fucking hot and then going fucking off on it. You're all in the stationary position before the race starts. But again, we're not talking about the points and stuff, dude. We're talking about everyone's on the starting line and then they go through the starting line and that's it. They're not coming 500 meters away at maximum speed to start their racetrack off, you know? That's the point I have with the Star Citizen racers. They're in Arena Commander. They're going out of the circuit and racing at maximum speed before they get on the start line. That's not racing.
In order to
That's
allow
cheesy.
better racing, we should probably look at different kinds of tracks. At this point, we are also not sure exactly how we're gonna treat the post SEM speed space in general. But this is still like a future topic. But all these things they can still like change, and like when these things change and we think it's better for the game.
Some races have rolling start. Again, you guys are not grasping what I'm saying. When you have a professional race going on with anyone, they are stationary on the start line. Even if they've got their fucking qualifier and all that stuff, points aside, they start off and then they all go on the fucking green. Star Citizen racers in AC are going out of the track and getting to max speed before they hit the start line and going around the first part. You know? Everyone has to be stationary before you go through. And racing in Star Citizen isn't. The only time it is when they're doing it as a group. And again, they take it as weird times, man.
Then some other
racing is so fucked up in Star Citizen.
That said, I would say the best racetracks that I could...
Yeah, exactly. The Crux race and stuff like that. Yeah, but I mean, whoever wants to try and get the fastest lap, they're doing as many things to cheese the timer as possible, Undo. And that's not racing. That's not trying to get the best lap. That's trying to get the lowest fucking number. And it doesn't matter about the number. It can either be a minute or it can be 2 minutes. It's still whoever does it in that time is the fastest player. So it doesn't change in master modes. So all the things that they cry about is pointless. They're just crying because they can't cheese the game anymore.
Imagine is one where you actually need to swap between the modes, so that you have like areas where you're supposed to like using your corner.
Well, why do they have it on leaderboards on websites then? If that is just time trial in, you know what I mean, in AC. Because I look at all the leaderboards and it's this ridiculous fast time and all the videos are in Arena Commander. So that doesn't make any sense to me. All these main racing websites for Star Citizen, they're all taking videos of fastest laps in Arena Commander. And they're all doing this weird fucking head start shit.
Speed much more than other cases, right? Like, and then I don't know, you come around a corner, you see, oh, the next target is like, I don't know.
No, this is where they take, somebody has to record a video nubifier and upload it, and then that's how they get put on the leaderboard. It's not like an automatic system, you know? Yeah, but why don't you just do your time in the PU then? Why are all the official times in Arena Commander? Why is it not legit in the PU? You know what I mean? Like if you go to the Formula 1, right? And you do it in your simulator system or on your own private track, none of that information is taken into the finals, right? But that's what they're doing in Star Citizen, if you think about it. I never see anyone running these track videos on the PU. Just saying,
away,
one rule for one thing.
We could even think about racing.
Not a rule for the other, though.
Quantum boost mechanic to actually that require you to boost between, I don't know, a planet and a space station or whatever, right? Like there's a lot of things we can do. The main thing is just like racing will always work. However, the tracks they might just be look different than now.
Again, I don't think they need to change the tracks at all. You just basically get this fucking under a minute timer out of your fucking heads, and just if somebody does it in 1 minute in live and 1 minute you do it in 2 minutes and you're the fastest 2 minutes in master modes, you're still the fastest racer.
Lots of questions, both in the chat and in the Spectrum thread
Drunk Mario
about
Kart,
how
yeah.
Master Modes works with multiplayer and stuff. What is the intended effect of changing to nav mode with respect to other players in a multi-crew ship? For instance, the entire crew of a Master Mode Hammerhead is unable to do anything while the pilot is in nav mode.
Yeah, when the pilot is in nav mode, the Hammerhead is traveling from A to B, and the Hammerhead is either escaping.
Yeah, you
from
can't have a
combat or just
Hammerhead
simply
shooting
going
in nav
to
mode.
another
That would
position.
just be
There's
so fucking broken.
nothing to do for the turret gunners in that case. So when
They can now
when we talk
become
about,
engineers and
crew
fix
roles
the
in
fires
future, this
inside
would be
the
perfect
ship
time to, I don't
and
know, swap out
fix
fuses or stuff
flux
like that, and do
capacitors
all
or
the
whatever, you
maintenance on
know?
your ship that you want to do.
Yeah. And let's not forget.
Again, because most people just literally want to cheese this game, Liberty. That's the problem. They want to be able to go fast and shoot and tank at the same time, you know? Hey, Gallifrey, how are you doing? It's weird to me that the kerfuffle... I can't even say that right. Was minimal when CIG nerfed the heck out of the ground vehicle speeds just recently, but Master Mode is really awful. Hover races. Yeah.
Get that.
Can play
multi-crew
B-ball.
gameplay is not
Yeah. It doesn't the
the
890
full
have a
breadth of
basketball
the
court as
intended
well?
multi-crew experience that we want to build is not limited to just being turret gunners.
Yeah,
This
there we
is
go.
one of the principal reasons.
So when you're in Master Mode's nav mode in your capital ship and you're on fire, your gunners who can't do anything are now able to go and help put out fires and fucking repair some things and stuff like that, and then they get back to their turret chairs. Awesome. You've got more things to do as a gunner.
The Idris, even if the Idris were art complete, and it's not art complete, but even if the Idris were art complete, why it's not, we don't just dump it into the precision universe. There will be a time and a period where the focusing eye of development will turn to, all the multi-crew gameplay necessary for these ships. And
oh man, I can't wait. Like with people complaining about Master Modes, I can't wait for people to complain about engineers where it's too difficult to pick up a fire extinguisher and point at fire. I guarantee you somebody's gonna make a post like that. Engineering gameplay is too hard. I couldn't find the safety pin on my fire extinguisher and my ship exploded all by myself.
This resource network is the next big part of that and stuff, and you will begin to find more and more uses for.
Yeah. No, I want to be able to solo in my big carrack by myself.
We all want that very much, and resource network is the next big push on that. And then there will be many others.
Melt ship mode, yeah. Oh yeah, people always complain, Judge. It's crazy.
How does the power
TDL's real voice
relate to master modes? As an example, nav mode does not even have weapons.
I need NPCs.
Available. So does the power
one.
triangle just not do anything in nav mode?
It does. Actually, there's a misconception that the shields and weapons are powered off. They are powered on because while you're on nav
yeah,
mode,
they're just not in use.
regenerating.
That's all.
They're just not effective or active, so to speak, right? So when you're in nav
me.
mode, nah, you're always active. So as I said, the only thing that we currently have in is that when you're in nav mode, the regeneration rates of your weapons and shields are a little bit lower.
I use nav mode all the time for this. Like, say for example, my shields go down, I go into nav mode and basically build up a buffer again, get the weapons all, and then come out of SEM mode and quickly get into it. Not like having to travel like fucking 10 kilometers away.
But whether we keep that or not is a different question. So
Master
your
one,
guns,
true
they still
God, all
regenerate
hail, Master
ammunition. Your
Mode,
shields are actually not.
Exactly.
They're not regenerating in your.
You know, it's the funny thing, right? I'm going to use this as an example. Fortnite comes out. Ninja, one of the best players. Hands down to say one of the best players we've ever seen for Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite. Now he's a pile of shit. Because the meta's changed and the people, the new generation of players that are playing, kick the fuck out of him and do everything that he did just better. And this is why a lot of the older players in Star Citizen are worried about Master Modes, because it makes them irrelevant. And they don't want to be irrelevant, but they have to understand they are irrelevant when it comes to adapting on games. That one day you can be the best player and the next day you're not. And that's just life. Sometimes you can masturbate 3 or 4 times a day, and sometimes you can only chug out once. We get older.
Shield phases, they're regenerating into a buffer. But when
I might be
you're
jumping into
swapping
Helldivers,
back from nav mode to SEM, that buffer is then filling up the shield phases quite quickly, and it cannot be And when this happens, that process cannot be interrupted by any hits. So when you come out and your spool time is over, you have the full available shield strength to you.
Will we be able to use countermeasures in nav mode?
You might, Bart. Yeah.
At the moment, not.
It's probably not the best example, but it's the first one that jumped into my head.
Shall I say the team? We don't know yet if we're keeping this or not. I think it's actually behind the CVAR. At the moment, we don't see any reason to actually allow that because we're really fast and.
Right, well, I missed that.
Use countermeasures in nav mode.
No countermeasures in nav mode.
At the moment, not. We're honestly, I'm not.
Again, it's not difficult for you to burn away from a missile and then quickly shut it off, flare to disarm it or counter it, and then get back into high speed again.
Or shall I say the team? We don't know yet if we're keeping this or not. I think it's actually behind the CVAR. At the moment,
EMP
we don't
missiles
see any
that pull you out of nav mode? That would be pretty cool. Hey, Fresh, how you doing?
We would like.
Congratulations with the tournament last night. I watched it. Pretty fucking. I was talking about it earlier on with Shadow Moses in the tournament. Literally, what, 0 losses? Pretty fucking cool. Yeah, but there's no high skill PvP in Mastimus though, Fresh, right? Fucking 4v4, not losing a single pilot in all the fucking matches, eh?
At least the opportunity
No skill.
that the
No skill.
counter gameplay against missiles has more to do with your maneuvering and nav mode.
Yeah, no skill, all luck. Yeah.
Than just
Didn't see fucking certain organizations, right? In that one. Just wanted to point that out.
putting out some countermeasures. Actually, maybe Brenton Bayo, could you maybe talk about how this is currently being used in the arena modes?
Kills everyone on the server.
Modes?
I think
sure.
I think CIG should allow you to use noise in nav mode, but not flares.
What we see is that people are using.
Or you're limited to how many flares you can use. Like it's on a longer timer of use if you're in nav mode. I would be fine with that. So you could flare the first missile off, but then you've maybe got 30 seconds before you could flare again. I'd be fine with that. It's a bit like Battlefield, where you've got the timer on your flare system. So you have to use it when you think is the right time, and if you don't use it at the right time, you die. I would be down with that gameplay.
To counter someone moving into nav mode. So typically when somebody is moving into nav mode, there's a spool up period. And if you're paying attention to the signature, you can actually see an EM spike on the ship.
Oh, dude, handcuffs and tasers sounds like a great fucking night. If you're meaning in game, all right.
When they go into nav mode. And so people who are skilled and understand what that looks like can already start to spool up their missiles to sort of counter that, or they can watch the speeds. They can watch the rate of closure or the rate of separation.
Again, it's very easy to spot somebody going into nav mode.
UI, and they can start to lock on a missile and launch one.
Special flare that is attached to your PayPal, use it and it deletes the missile, but it costs 4 euros. To be honest, I wonder how many people would actually use that, right? It's like gold ammo in World of Tanks and stuff like that. I don't know if they still have gold ammo in these games, the premium ammo. Yeah. Premium countermeasures in Star Citizen.
Sort of counter that and force them either to drop out of nav mode to launch countermeasures, or to figure out a manual way of evading or take a hit from a missile.
That's what I've been doing.
There's some balance things I think we could probably talk about in the future to figure out, how to get that to work a little bit better. But it is interesting
Wing
gameplay,
Commander
and
perk.
it does add a little more spice to the use of.
I think this is it's a really good system. I don't understand. I mean, to be fair, Liberty, you hit it right there. It would actually be a good funding thing, because doesn't World of Tanks and stuff like that make quite a bit of money off the premium ammos? So premium missiles, premium counters. You know what I mean? When you're in the station and you're buying premium ammo and premium flares. It's a good way to fund the game.
It just some of the behavior I've seen, and again, I haven't
people
seen
would buy it as well.
Seen some folks dropping chaff and then jumping and then switching into nav mode, which is.
You know, the funny thing is, right? This is the craziest thing, Fresh, that before master modes, nobody ever dropped noise and shit like that. But how many times have we used over the years noise on Daymar to fucking hide ourselves, you know, basically dip, duck, dive, and now people are starting to finally fucking catch on. We were so ahead of the fucking crowd. Gold ammo because more expensive, credit card ammo ages ago. Premium ammo is paid to win. Yeah, but again, it's a good way of funding, you know?
Tactic.
Now
that's
everyone's
viable
using
because
noise
the
and
chat can't
hiding
be
and
fired
shit.
in that mode. And I want to clear that just I'm seeing the live chat here.
Exactly,
You're saying
yeah.
that, you know, right now
We've been using it for
the thought
years.
is that it's not usable in nav mode. That doesn't mean that some very compelling argument can't be made and change your minds. I don't know. I don't know how many times we can say this through the course of the decade I've been doing this one out. It's everything you see and everything you hear in ISE and in SCL is work in progress. It's where the thing is now.
To be fair though, CIG, you should really actually have that highlighted in your videos and everything. You know what I mean? Seeing disclaimer, work in progress. You could have it up here. Star Citizen Live, work in progress. You know what I mean? If you actually did this, it would shut up a lot of people.
At the moment we're having this conversation, there are things in ISC that change the day after the show goes out.
On-screen
show goes out,
yeah.
and then they're like, "Oh, by the way, we changed this," and I'm like, "Couldn't have that information just 4 days earlier."
Could have had that in live as well, where at the bottom it says this game is currently in development. This is all work in progress. Shut the fuck up. Maybe not shut the fuck up, but you know.
That'd have been cool. You know, it happens. It's part of doing all of this outreach in the middle of our development. It's part and parcel. We have a phrase where we call the truth of the moment.
Pre-alpha, yeah.
We're always presenting the truth of that moment while leaving room for a better idea to come later on. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, you know, and that's a really good point. Is like, this is about the now.
Ghost.
You know, so when we talk, we're talking about the now, but nothing.
Don't like it, fuck up. Yeah, that's literally just how I'm answering people now. It's like, oh, I don't like your stream, TheDarkLaw. Fuck off. Oh, I don't like Star Citizen. Fuck off. I don't like my family. Fuck off. I don't care. I don't care if you don't like it. Go and do something else. Touch grass. Ride a donkey. You know, take photos of a giraffe. Go to the fucking North Pole. Try and find a fish. I don't care.
No, we don't sit here and go, we're never going to do this, or we're never going to do that.
If I didn't like Star Citizen, I wouldn't be here.
You know, we've made certain,
I would go and do something
we've made
else.
certain decisions based upon things we've learned and, you know, things we've seen along the way. But those things
Nobody
change,
forces
and,
you to play the game.
You know, so we're definitely not afraid of, you know, changing that rule. You know,
I don't like Arrowhead server backend.
It's just one thing that's open. You know, we
still going to play the game
work
though.
that way, but if it doesn't work that way in game and the feedback says otherwise, we'll just, you know, we can change it.
There's a bit here. We focused a lot on the native because part of what we're here to do is to address some of those concerns and stuff like this. But there's been a very healthy groundswell of positive feedback about master modes.
Exactly, because this is where people are bored of the 6 years of shit that we've had because CIG keep.
It's worse.
Need to change his face. There we go. We've had 6 years of just band-aid after band-aid after band-aid after band-aid of gameplay, and everyone is just tired of it. No meta change in 3 years. Just boring. And now CIG want to do with it, you know? Don't like it, help change it. Yeah, but most of the people that moan about it, Ondo, don't even go into Arena Commander and Master Modes. You know what I mean? They've watched videos or they've watched content creators and they go, this looks boring. And it's like, well, maybe you're a boring person. Give me a second, chat.
Excited about putting it out in 323 and seeing them.
I swear, chat. I swear.
More testing. Mike, you mentioned being able to
because
check
it's
the EM readings and stuff. The next question I have here is: are there any changes to generalized stealth mechanics with master modes. Besides being able to tell when they're switching, are there any other changes to how people will work in missions?
Oh, sorry.
Yogi? Anyway?
Yeah, it might be a question for Yogi.
Yeah.
We have put in changes recently, not specifically to master modes. People might have noticed them actually in 3.22.1. Broadly, there's been some changes to signature readouts and how those work, thanks to some of the the communication between my team and Yogi and Rich's team to be able to kind of go over that. But there's been some changes, and those have been inherited into the master mode stuff as well.
What role, if anything, does the component rework, the resource network? Like again, we don't want to go into the full breadth of the resource network and stuff, but is there? I think there were a number of questions, probably only 3, but of people who are wondering if this work is completely separate from resource network, or if this work overwrites. Like, does the archetype mean we can no longer tune our components? We can no longer change the performance profiles of our ships because they have an assigned archetype now?
Yogi said it's not impossible to increase the speed with 100 SCM, but it has to go through the proper testing channels. Yeah, because you can't just make it where right now we're doing like, what, 225 and we go to 500. You know what I mean? There's so many things that have to be dialed into that process. It's not just a matter of increasing speeds. It might break everything in the process that they're building on.
Because of master modes. Are these exclusive or are these complementary features?
I think they're definitely going to complement each other. We're definitely working in sync with each other on what these features mean for the flight. And I don't think you're going to see anything taken away. I think you're going to get more out of this. You're going to be able to move your ship and your components in more directions in the future. Which will kind of strengthen what that ship means. Depending on the choices you make for that ship. And it's critical to the flight. It's critical to the combat performance.
Exactly, Ondo.
And it's critical.
It's again, too much focus is on the speed, and I think you and me agree, Ondo, that being able to get around people is one of the most important things in an actual dogfight. Because none of us like looking at each other and fucking shooting the guns. It should be about who can dip and get around, right? And unfortunately, that doesn't require you to go any faster. It just means that at certain periods of time, somebody doesn't have the ability to keep going backwards whilst you keep going forwards. Or when you go forwards, you need to be faster than somebody going backwards. We don't need to be going around at 700-800 meters a second to achieve that. And that's where a lot of people are so clueless when it comes to balancing master modes, is that they want to be doing these high speeds when it doesn't need to be high speeds. It just needs to be where it's logical, where you can get around things, Yeah, its web camera is dreadful, beer can, yeah.
What's that moment in time?
Jared's already called him a Jedi ghost, so.
So if you've made certain choices, it's going to be certain.
But yeah,
things,
exactly, Nick. Everything has to be balanced before you can go, no, we need to go faster. Weapons, shields, capacitors, all these things. People are not giving CRG enough time.
Some of what you've said about nav mode being intended to help you escape and stuff is obviously made.
Oh yeah, speedball is dreadful just now. But I think it's, again, as CIG have mentioned, I think it's their accelerations are too aggressive, Ondo. That's why. That if you slow the accelerations down, you don't hit the speed wall instantly.
A bounty hunter, kind of nervous. It's like, oh.
What would have been a kind of cool system is that an overflux on the speed wall would have been kind of cool, right? So hear me out, Ondo. Say, for example, you instantly hit 200, but if you had done it in a period of time, it made you do like 225, but then to go back the way, it required you to cancel out that 200 or the extra 25 to get to 200 again, to then be able to go back in the opposite direction faster, That would be, I would be fine with that, you know what I mean? The acceleration is far too aggressive, yeah, exactly, yeah. Especially non-forward XL, yeah.
Well, if
I want to go
the
home and
mode
game.
switch is designed to help people, be able to get away. Obviously, we're going to have to do something to help with folks who want to pursue a bounty hunting profession.
That is a skill issue, Nox.
I know,
yeah.
Yogi, you already said a lot of the QED work and stuff is still to be decided and stuff. But what are your initial thoughts? What are your initial thoughts on what we can do to make master modes work for players who specifically want to catch up and capture their prey when we've created a mode designed to help them get away?
Again, before they even answer, you can make it where distortion doesn't turn ships off, but turns off engines. Instead, it turns off quantum drive instead. So it doesn't make your shields go down, it doesn't make your weapons go down, it just stops you from going into warp. And eventually it will turn your engines off over time, where you come to a halt and you can be boarded. There you go. But you still have your shields up. You still have the ability to fight off with your turret and stuff like that. There's many things that CIG could do. All they have to do is change a weapon to be more of an anti-escape disabling thing, but make it have a big cooldown. There's so many things they can add.
Well, I mean, it still boils down to that you cannot just like if somebody wants to escape and he has the better equipment to do that and he has more experience and skill, or she, then that ship might escape. But if you want to work as a bounty hunter, you are reliant on having very dedicated equipment anyways.
Yeah, there we go.
One of the things we're thinking about here is the importance of distortion weapons, since the quantum drive is the thing that allows the velocity advantages or speed advantages in nav mode. We're thinking about making the quantum drive, for example, very sustainable.
Exactly, Justin. You could literally change distortion, so instead of turning off the power plant, it just slows you down. It affects your turning rate. It affects you going into nav mode, like it takes longer. Forcing you to have, and not just one gun doing this, you would have a support ship that is distortion. Like you have a Mantis or like a Cutlass Blue to stop people warping away, you have a support role in your fleet that literally prevents this. And if you've got that structure, well, that's tough on the opposite opponent, right?
Susceptible to distortion damage.
Not everyone is
But
going to have a fleet of, people set up for every sort of role.
The attacker needs to bring either a EMP device, or they need to bring or swapping out some of their
EMP missiles, like Fresh said earlier on. An EMP missile that knocks you out of nav mode if it hits you. Doesn't damage you, it just knocks you out of nav mode.
Shields. In fact, in 3.22.1, we actually did a pretty big change to the distortion system so that shields are very resistant against distortion damage. So you need to bring energy weapons to actually bring them down, which again goes a little bit more in the direction of like, as a player, you being forced just to bring specialized equipment. But if you have
yeah. Still bleed. What class do you want to be in Star Citizen? I want to be the fucking crowd control. I want sleep spell, poison spell, bleed, fucking webs. I'm gonna be a spider ship. I guarantee you, CIG are gonna bring out a ship that looks like a spider, and it's gonna fucking jet webs on people like a net or something like that.
Specialized equipment, then you
I
are
wouldn't put it
absolutely
past
still
CIG
able
on
to,
this.
To do your bounty hunting stuff. A little bit of an equation is
more dots. Yeah.
How big are the ships that you can?
To be fair, Vandal weapons were meant to be like that, Puppeteer. Vandal weapons have a stat that's not in use just now called Plasma. Was it Plasma or was it called Chaos? I remember going over this with Fresh many years ago. Vandal weapons had the ability to do chaos damage, and there was like plasma damage as well, but CIG don't use it right now. It's an actual stat in the game. And Vandal weapons were meant to land on, like, hit you, and they were meant to start doing damage over time, Puppeteer. That was the original design of them. And I think that would have been fucking sick, man.
You can trap and snare. Right?
Plasma cannons have distortion. Yeah, they changed it a little bit where Vandal weapons had a bit of distortion and stuff, and I don't know if it's still the same thing now, but I like the idea of when a Vandal weapon hits you, it was meant to sort of melt you, like dot over time kind of thing. Not as supposed to make webs of mines, yeah, but it's not like a minefield that slows you down. It's a minefield that explodes, or you can have sentry versions. They don't chase after you either. Only the
have
mine
yet to
does,
answer
not
internally,
the
because
sentry.
there are some situations where, there's a tiny
Not
little
this
ship,
can be
why
used as
can I
defense, or it
not
can
jump
be
away with
used
my
as attack.
890, right? And so on. So
And it's not a discussion that is exclusively for you and your team. Obviously, it will also involve gameplay designers. The people who are assigned to build out the bounty hunting career will obviously have a say in that kind of stuff, and what kind of tools and methods we can make available to them to work within the master mode system to still achieve your stuff. It's the bounty hunting dream. The bounty hunter dream is core. It's one of those core things. We've talked about it forever. It's
300
I
Celsius
can speak if I'm
fireball.
allowed to speak for CR here. It's something he's very, very interested in, and always has been and stuff. So while we may not have specific answers or details for it now, when it comes time, when for Bounty Hunter V2 or whatever version we're on, I honestly can't remember the name now. You can expect to learn more information about it when that time comes.
Yeah, let's see how you cook.
All right. So we're technically at time, but I want to do, if I can, I want to do 2 more questions. Can I do 2 more questions, guys, before I let you go?
Gee, let me think.
yes, let's go.
I asked you.
Yeah.
I asked you live so that you can't say no without looking like a jerk. So, these are questions more about balance. This question came in and says, "What are your red lines in terms of balance? Are there any parameters that you're simply unwilling to adjust, like SCM speeds or IFCS slowdown? Is there anything off the table right now? It's like, no, it's this. We won't even listen to this. We won't even consider this. Maybe another game company person would never ask his developers this, but I want to see it. I want to know. Talk to these people. Is there anything that's actually off the table?"
Okay, so nothing is off the table. Of course, we're somewhat more resistant towards certain things than others. Obviously, like the SCM speed limits are a couple of was brought up by the community quite a lot. But then again, we're getting a lot of advantages from that. So we will try to address the worries that we have. For example, usually when people say, "Oh, the speeds are too slow," this means either they cannot go fast from A to B, or it means they're not evasive enough, right? But these problems can be solved in a different way. So concerning the speeds, we will try to be rather conservative with changes. It does not mean that we're fixed, right? If our gameplay tests with the community show.
Yeah, so again, as some videos that we've seen over the course of weeks, where it's like, if we don't sort this now, the game will be broken. It's like, no. CIG can change anything whenever they want. That's the beautiful thing about Star Citizen, is that until it's actually a finished product or close to finish, everything is up, and you don't need to worry about it. You don't need to freak out about it.
Shit, we should
just let CIG get on with it, give some feedback, and if they don't take your feedback, don't cry about it.
It needs to be going through a proper process internally, because it's just not something that we can right away promise. But nothing, and I mean nothing is ever fixed, right?
Yeah, and I do think it's important to say that, with any kind of virus stuff that we're tuning, we're always open to trying different things, but we've set out a framework of what we think works, and in the end, it comes down to a choice. Because before we had a lot, we had a lot higher speed, and that wasn't always positive. So we've made the decision based on certain factors that a lower speed works better. But it doesn't mean that moving to a lower speed means it never has any negatives, because the choice is end of the day. We've made that choice to go slower. And we do.
Again, this is a big thing that a lot of backers in the community need to realize, is that CIG is not just balancing this for combat, but for general flight. What they see people doing now, they don't like with their goal for the future of this game. Is that a bad thing? Is it a good thing? That's not really on us to decide yet, because again, we've had so many examples today. I'm gonna go with the one that we heard earlier on, where I don't even know if I can actually scroll back to find this one. That was set. Yeah, it's multiple hours ago. Let me see if I can try and remember what it was said. It was, you go to a restaurant And when you order your food, you go into the fucking kitchen where the chef is, and whilst he's got the steak on the first side, before he even flips it over, you start complaining. That's what a lot of the community is doing right now. Before the chef even flips the steak to finish off cooking, people are already complaining about it. And I don't think that's fair on CIG, where you can go with that sort of mindset just now. You have to let CIG finish what they set out to do, take our feedback, our criticisms, our negatives, our positives, and make a decision. But if they make a decision, you can't cry about it. You know what I mean? Because as I put it out is, you can order the steak, but you can't choose where the beef came from. You can only choose how it was cooked, because that's how you ordered it. But if they decided to go now, you know what I mean? Like, it's now a piece of chicken. That's kind of like tough shit, right? You can either walk away or you can eat it. You can get your money back. But again, when we look at Star Citizen, it's kind of difficult to get your money back in certain situations.
I think, you know, overall it's going to be better than
Release the chicken. Yeah, exactly.
But, you know, it's never going to be 100%, 10 out of 10. You know, it solves every single problem.
It's
you know,
it's
that we
all
have in the game,
experimental,
you know, for
yeah.
example, because
again, I want to point out, I've been here 12 years in October. I've seen every single flight model, technically 2. I've seen every variation of these flight systems throughout the history of Star Citizen, and I've never gone, this is fine. You know what I mean? Don't do any more CIG. I'm fine with the gameplay right now. We don't need to bother making it any better. And that's what a lot of people are saying right now. They're like, oh no, keep live. It's good. It's really good. Well, it's not. It's shit. It's 6 years of Band-Aid gameplay. You literally want a shit video game, and you're not patient enough to wait a little bit better for something, you know, that might take us into the future of the game? I'm all for waiting, personally. So many people are in a rush for something that is so irrelevant right now. Just let them finish the game, and then whilst we're doing that, they'll make a decision on their, again, I'm muffling my words here, but it's where they have a goal for how they see the game to be. And every one of us who backs the game has a dream of what they want from Star Citizen. Like, you want to do PvP, you want to do mining, you want to do salvaging and stuff. You all have a dream of where you want the game to be. But just what's in your head isn't the reality of what the game company who are building this game have in mind for it. And maybe, and this is the hardest part that a lot of people are going to have to understand, when you bought into the game, the idea of that game has changed, and now they're marketing the game for the new players. And you can either go along with the game or you can walk away. That's your choice to do so. But maybe because it's taken 10 plus years to get to this stage, the market is no longer for us. It's the market of the future players of Star Citizen. And yes, we've been along the ride for the 10 plus years, but we ain't going to give them or make them any more money. They need so many more people to back this game to keep it afloat. I want the game to be in space. I'm pretty sure you'll get that.
In certain physical realities of flight, you know, and the, you know, kind of power performance and stuff like that. So we, you know, we're a little bit kind of tied to kind of physical reality.
And not your main game. Dude, that's another good way of looking at it, Justin. Helps a lot if you make Star Citizen currently a side dish or as dessert and not your main gaming course. Exactly. Wait till the main game is out and then you can make the whole dramatic sort of things. But the best thing to do is stop treating Star Citizen like a full released working game. Like, you can play it to that level if you choose to, but that's on you, right? CIG don't say to you personally, yo, I need you to play this game 12 hours a day. You know what I mean? Like, they'll be grateful that if you do, but that's your choice. It's the same thing with Free 23. Free 23, I look at it as there's an absolute crap ton of stuff coming out. They've got the Evo testing 400 players on Sunday, which is the first time we've ever even thought about having 400 players in one solar system. You know what I mean? And even with that information, I still go, yeah, there's a good about 2 or 3 years before this game's ever in beta. Because they're just testing out things that they've designed. It doesn't mean that it's fully working. I also want to point out that in most game companies, what we're getting to play right now, you normally don't get to play if you're playing any other games. You have to wait for like closed alpha or closed beta or something like that. We're not even at that stage.
It is more than kind of saying we're not going to change these numbers.
I'm on one of those
Rich,
6-month breaks now from SC, been doing this since 2012. Exactly. Dude.
Everything I want to do.
It's a good way.
At any time I want to do it and be the only one who can do so. I don't want anybody else to be able to do that too, so that I can win. Everything I want.
To kind of physical realities more than kind of saying we're not going to change these numbers.
Yeah, but Rich, I want to be able to do everything I want to do at any time I want to do it and be the only one who can do so. I don't want anybody else to
Is he slagging off Avenger 1?
Be able to do that too, so that I can win.
That dude, that's a bit fucking close for home, like, or not close for home, but you know what I mean. I can't chat. I can't think of anyone else that's referring. You know, Morphologist. Thank you so much for that raid, dude. How was your stream today, dude? We're just finishing off the live Q&A, and we're watching Jared just trolling just now. And stuff like that. It's a trap. It is, yeah. I saw that you were playing some Helldivers. Are the servers working, dude? Because I've been hearing that a lot of there's like server issues and stuff. You need to finish the rest of it. It's really good, yeah. No, totally understand, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you again. Can we get if I got a moderator, can we get a quick shout out from Morphologist? Go and check him out, guys. YouTube channel and everything. You tested SM with jump points? Oh, I know. Dude, 400 player, I know you have to run, but 400 player testing for Evo tomorrow is amazing sounding. Like, obviously we'll get more videos on it and stuff, but yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the shout, guys. Go and drop the follow, and yeah, totally run, dude. Totally understand. Appreciate the raid, guys. Yeah, we're just finishing this off. We've got like 5-ish minutes left and stuff like that. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Big steps for ST. Very, very happy for it. It's good stuff.
That's all I'm asking.
It sounds like you need to start your own games company.
Chat, I'm positive Jared's talking about
Rich,
Avenger 1.
I want to be able to do everything I want to do at any time I want to do it and be the only one who can do so. I don't want anybody else to be able to do that too, so that I can win. That's all I'm asking.
It sounds like you need to start your own games company.
All right.
Sounds like he's trying to be Luke Skywalker there.
Yeah.
Man, I'm not wanting to put words in Jared, but that's how it comes across to me. Especially with the fucking Luke Skywalker, because obviously, like, yeah, he's very into his Star Wars and stuff. Where are all the people that said SM would never happen? SM? What are you going with SM? Solo. See, I don't know. I'm not putting words in Jared, but that's how it comes across to me. Server meshing. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, is that what, yeah, server meshing. And I completely forgot about that shit as well. Yeah, very, like, again, guys, if nobody's watched out on the notes, EvoCati tonight have a 200 player server testing, and if it works out, they're going to bump up to 400 players on Sunday for a couple of hours as well, which is, if you think about, like, going back a few years, we had 30 player servers, and that was laggy as fuck, and now they're, like, wanting to push these 400s out. It's pretty crazy, like. Sorry, mate. No, you don't need to apologize. It's me forgetting about server meshing, that's all. I tried the warp gate today. It doesn't look fancy or any amazing stuff. But yeah, but they did say that the art animation's not in and stuff like that. What I think is the coolest thing is to hear and I know this is going completely off track with our video. 200 people in Pyro, 200 people in Stanton, and they're going back and forth. And there was no server issues at one point, which is very exciting, chat. Very, very exciting stuff. Obviously, they've got to work on the graphics, they've got to work on the UI and stuff like that, but man. Well, 200. They've got the 200 playtest tonight, Justin. But I heard there was a 200 player server where, or shard. Well, we've got to say it correctly. There's a shard with 200 people on Pyro and 200 people on Stanton, and they were able to go through or something like that. We had 120 max. Well, not even 120 max. Also, Morgo, thank you very much for the tier 3, dude. Appreciate that for the 6 months. There was 200 player last test without shards, and 6 months ago it didn't. Completely different, right? So it was was it 120 last night? So it's just different information then. So 120 in each place, or was it 120 max on the whole shard? Anyway, cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff.
No.
Obviously, we still got a long time to go. It's not going to be completely flushed out and working, but yeah.
Han Solo is the best pilot in Star Wars. I'm sorry, what did I say? Han Solo? That's trash. Lando Calrissian is the best pilot. Oh, sorry, Lando. Sorry, Lando. I besmirched you and said Han Solo. This is the best pilot in Star Wars. This dude took out a Death Star in a freighter, not a little trench with open air where you can go in and out in a tunnel. Didn't know where the power supply was. Log on the power source. It should be the main reactor. Didn't know where it was going. Had to do it in a freighter.
I'm going to trigger a lot of people in chat right now. I don't like Star Wars.
Did it without the Force. Did it with a shield around and a whole freaking armada. Luke Skywalker, the best pilot. Which one of you said that? Drop off the call. Bye, Brent.
That's a red line.
That's a red line.
Yeah.
You flustered me.
Fuck off, I don't care. Yeah. We come back to what I've been saying earlier on. Fuck off, I don't care.
So much you made me say Han Solo was the best pilot.
Just get on with it.
All right. So last question. Hold my safety, Lando. So after release, after 3.23 goes live, what metrics will you be watching to determine which portions of master modes are successful and which may still need additional tuning? This is, I want people, this isn't not a comprehensive list. I'm not going to say that these are the only things we're listening to. Just give us
I'm
some
not a fan
example
of Star
after
Trek
3.23.
either. I'm more
This is the
Battlestar
kind of feedback we're
Galactica
looking
and like
for.
Firefly and
This is
stuff.
what we're looking to see positive and negative results on.
More like grungy
What are we looking at
sci-fi,
afterwards?
if that was the way to call it.
So usually what I'm looking for to pass on to Yogi and Rich is ways to deepen what we have. So what I see what we created is a framework. And so now once we have a framework, we need to find ways to add depth to it later, to add individuality to these individual archetypes and these individual ships. And so that's the kind of feedback I'm looking for, is somebody specifically talking about, hey, I'm trying to use my Kartual, my Santokiai, and I'm finding it not very effective in these specific ways, and it doesn't match the role that as
I love how he describes, or like his example is the Kartual and the Santokai, which the only thing wrong about these ships are they are massive for what roles they are meant to be doing. Like, you can't not hit them. That's the biggest problem with him.
Right.
How do you sort that for master modes? They're gonna get hit even harder, I think.
Looking to pass that kind of information off, or I'm using my vulture and it's basically impossible for me to get out of a combat scenario. I never do. I'm always trapped into it. Those kinds of things where players are presenting problems that I can then pass off to the team with context and go, okay, this is what we're seeing players observing. Does this match the design we're going for? Maybe we need to make some adjustments.
Then I would have to question if they're worried about a vulture never escaping a fight and stuff like that. Is it because there are multiple people, or is it because it's not watched radar or it's AFK. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of variables with that one where I personally feel like vultures and like mining ships should just be really fast, really tanky. So that even if you get jumped on, you've got a lot more time to sort of get underway and or shorter to get underway and stuff. Maybe a faster spool up time or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's such a weird one to like go on because again, would it be down to a 1v1 or 2v1 or you know what I mean? Have they got a mantis? It's like
it's there. And it's that deepening. How can we add further depth? How can we add further skill checks? How can we actually make this a little bit better of a skill curve, a little deeper, all that kind
you
of
could
stuff.
even
That's
give them
usually what I'm
bigger
looking for.
radar, for example.
You lost me after you said somebody was flying the car to a wall. I'm like, I knew you were lying after that.
Funny enough, in the current free 22 1 patch, the car to wall's bugged again, where it's just batshit crazy.
I fly the car to all. All the time.
From the back seat.
Industrial grade
provocative.
components
Oh,
can
I'm
make
tangled up in my
faster
ears.
spool
Provocative.
versus
Alright.
high signature, a lot of maintenance. Yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah.
Just to add on that,
Like for me, I'm not anybody that's into like industrial ships and stuff. Like we would go with like mining, salvaging stuff. Like that's cool if you're into it. It's not my area. But I've always felt that having it where like the prospector, the vulture with guns makes no sense in the ship. These ships, in my opinion, should be faster into the warp, tankier, and have a bigger radar so they can see people sneaking up on them. And then if you get caught, that's on you. Because if you're given a bigger tank to defend whilst you're escaping, you're faster to get into the warp. If you're reacting faster and you've picked up or you've noticed radar, there's your skill check where you're aware of your surroundings. They don't need weapons to do no damage towards somebody. Just give them the tools to be alerted beforehand. Warning, a motherfucker is coming behind you to grab that booty. Do you decide to ignore it and drink coffee like the Prospector video and hope a Kraken turns up to save you, or do you react now and get away before you're caught? And I think that would be just so much more logical for people in industrial roles, especially like hauling ships. Like for me, I don't think the Freelancer needs weapons or something. A turret to defend itself, maybe beef up the turret to 2 size freeze. But you know what I'm saying is that these ships should just be better at running and defending than they are trying to attack and stuff like that.
Okay, you wanna-
but
go
there was some more to
More countermeasures or something like that. Give them double the countermeasures. Faster going into nav mode than fighters. Make it where they can tank a little bit more with their shields. Take their weapons off as a sacrifice where you have to understand now your job is to run away and escape the fight. You're not going to go, oh, I'm getting ganked, I'm getting griefed, I'm getting attacked. I never knew it was coming. And it's like, well, no, CIG gave you all the tools to do the job.
All right, because what we're also getting from Michael teams are sometimes recordings of actual flight combat.
Well, if you get
that happens,
interdicted in
which we can
quantum
then
jump,
analyze.
wow. Is 2 little guns on a prospector going to stop somebody from killing you? That's what I would go with, Salah, right? Like, I foresee a lot of like boarding in the future instead of just killing. But if your ship is a lot more tankier, maybe it's not worth, you know. But what's a prospector? What's a vulture gonna do with its 2 little guns versus a mantis and stuff? You know. Mantis and Hornadure when I was jumping in the prospector. Yeah, but how often is that gonna? You know what I mean? Like that's a 1 in a blue moon scenario where you manage to kill 2 people in the prospector. But really, generally, how often is that gonna happen? Like, you know, once exactly. So again, which would you prefer? That one time in 12 years, or would you prefer it where your prospector has better radar? It's faster into the warp or faster into nav mode, so it gets up to max speed faster, and it can tank a bit more because it's got more HP. I think that's more logical to give industrial ships that than that 12-year one fucking chance at hope Luke Skywalker bullshit, right? But again, this is the thing, is if you're getting interdicted in master modes, you're not out turning anyone in these industrial ships anymore. Like there's a huge difference that what you were able to do in the 12 years, you ain't doing it in a prospector in the next system because you're not turning like you can do. You can't backstrafe, you can't get up to max speed like you can do. If you're interdicted, you're pretty fucked. That's the thing. But the thing is though, you've got to remember, and this is a big thing that a lot of people are not paying attention with master modes, is in 3.23 we're not getting the new quantum stuff. But the new quantum stuff brings back something that a lot of us players had many years ago, which is blind warping. So instead of you going from OM1 to OM4, you can go in between by warping in between. So getting interdicted is actually a lot harder in when this stuff comes out. The only place you're going to get interdicted is if you're warping from Yella to Crusader, because you have to go through the line like that way. But technically, if you think about it, you could stop halfway, warp in another direction wherever you fancied, or warp up or warp down, and then align and then warp to your final destination, and you wouldn't get interdicted, you know? Yeah, there might be something like that. But with blind warping, it means that you can just go, oh my god, instead of me aligning to OM1 and being like, I hope I make it, you can go boom, 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 fucking woo! And then obviously for long distance, you have to do the current system. And a lot of people are like, oh my god, when Master Modes comes out, I'm dead. No, you're only really dead around 3.23. The moment that we get the new warp system, which goes back to the previous warp system we used to have 6 years ago, you won't have these issues. Because again, when I leave Daymar, I don't need to align to Yella. I could warp in another direction instantly, warp another, because it only does like 50,000 kilometers or something, and then it comes out. But then you can warp again, and you can change direction. You can basically stop the warp and warp in another direction, warp in another direction, and then to do a long distance, you would queue it in, but then you're going to be off somebody's path. Sometimes the best way is not in a straight line. Exactly. And that's what people will just have to get used to. Just always being a little bit more self-aware of where you're warping to in the first place.
And go forth and back. We're getting KDR graphs and so on. So sometimes we see that something is wrong in the data. There's a lot of there's a lot of stuff.
But again, everyone's focused on 3.23 like it's the end of the world, and it's like
it's
no,
it's not just like
it's not. We just don't get all the systems in one patch. It would be too much for CIG to do all in one patch.
That's an important part of. I do want to mention that we don't just look at Spectrum and Reddit or YouTube videos and go, "This is how it is." We compare that what people are saying with what we observe in the data from our behavior analytics too. We look at kill to death ratio.
Yo, Cheeks, thanks very much for the tier 3, dude.
Accuracy values.
Appreciate that. 4 months.
And we combine that with our own observations in the game. So sometimes people might be like, multi-crew ships are terrible. Then we'll look at
the thing is though, they don't have that even designed yet, Salah. You know what I mean? Like CIG have a general idea of where they want to go with Star Citizen and have all the features and stuff like that. But a lot of things have not been designed yet because they have to build foundations of a video game first, and we don't have any foundations. We're getting the new map system, which, if you think about it, is the first map system, because everything we've had beforehand has been the test map system. So we're finally getting a finished mechanic or a finished part of the game where this is where they want the map to go. High detail, search, bookmarks, proper naming and all these things, blah. And then it's like, then we've got one bit of foundation here. We then need flight as a foundation, weapons as a foundation, mining as a foundation. We've got all this sort of bouncing around right now. Once they go here, they can then go, right, this is how we were enjoying the game. Let's get introduction gameplay up. Now we go up here. Now we're building on top of the foundation because we know it ain't going to fucking bounce around underneath us. It's got that anti-earthquake fucking tech in it that Japan has, right? So that's where, for me, is I'm wanting CIG to get this to this level. I don't care about the stuff that goes on top of it. Let's just get a solid foundation of the game and see where it goes. But we've never had that to begin with.
The kill death ratios, and we'll go, well, it looks like they're doing really well, and then we'll go into the game and look, and go, wow, everyone just avoids them.
Well, if it's another
and
3 or 4 years, then it's another 3 or 4 years,
We don't
dude. You
ever
know what I
look
mean?
at a singular piece of information and go, this is the truth of the.
However, you've got to look at it this way: the faster that they get Squadron 42 out the door, the faster they can complete Star Citizen to beta spec, right? Because generally, look at it this way: even if you build master modes and master modes works for everyone, right? Let's look at it that way. They've completed master modes. Everyone is happy. It works. Yada, yada, yada. What do you do after that? You go, well, maybe we'll tweak it this way to maybe up-throw the meta sort of stuff. Or we'll add in a ship that throws a spanner in the works and stuff like that. So is it ever going to be, like, fully completed? I mean, if you think about it, World of Warcraft is still in development. It's not finalized. So maybe Master Modes takes us for the next 3 or 4 years, and then they go, this is not working out. They need to do a whole new system. And we get it. Eve had this as well. Eve, for many years, had it where sound made FPS lag, missile launcher animations didn't work, and in one patch they fixed the audio, and they brought out the new missile launcher stuff where you actually see the missiles flying and stuff like that with trails, and it was amazing. And that was like 4 or 5 years after a released game. They decided to completely change how things were. And they are still changing things to this day. Maybe that's just how Master Modes goes.
The experience. We look at everything we possibly can to provide all of that context.
Unless they're a content creator in which their opinion weighs 10 times more than everybody else.
Nope.
Yeah, but how do you know that we don't get a playable game in the next 2 years, dude? You know what I mean? Just because you don't get interdiction or you don't get long-range scanning and stuff like that doesn't mean that you don't have the ability to have a playable game. It's just something on top of what you're asking for. Yeah, exactly. They may have a general idea, but, you know, I'm talking about what's coming now. I don't know. Well, again, if you're saying I'm talking about what's coming now, we know what's coming now. We also know that it's going to be another 2-3 years before everything is sort of settled and dialed in, because most likely at CitizenCon they'll show you what the next stuff they want to work on in the next 2 years comes out, right? So it's like, until this game ever goes to beta, you just always got to assume it's in development. That's the way I look at it with video games. Until it goes to a beta where there's no more wipes, they finished the tools for making the game, they're happy with where the game's going with, everything's up and like it's never going to be settled in a foundational place. It's always going to be going up and down, up and down, up and down until they make a decision. Or we get bored enough and everyone leaves. There's so many possibilities with it. It's Tarkov.
Unless they're a content creator in which their opinion weighs 10 times more than everybody else.
Nope. Content creators are also
you cut away. I
players.
was really trying to keep a straight face with that one. You cut away.
Man, there's definitely a lot of fucking burning towards a few content creators.
Unless they're a content creator in which their opinion weighs 10 times more than everybody else.
Nope.
I like how they're all smirking as well. I really like this part. Like, whew.
Content creators are also
you cut away. I
players.
was really trying to keep a straight face with that one. You cut away. I wanted them to see just how strong a straight face I could keep when I said that. That's it. That's our show, everybody.
I like the end. The end is good.
Everybody.
Because it brings people back to a realistic way of thinking, where it's like, I can give you an opinion, right? As a content creator, I can give you opinion. Is it right? Is it wrong? Doesn't matter. I can give feedback which I think will change this game and make it good. Do CIG need to listen to me? No. Am I going to cry about it if they don't listen to me? No. Because I have a choice of I either get on with the game that CIG have made, the developers of the game, or I walk away and play something else. That's my choice. But when somebody gives feedback and they're like, why are CIG not listening to me? Maybe look inside and realize that your information or your feedback is shit. And it's only good what's in your head. Doesn't mean it's what's in everyone else's head. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just have to take a step back and fuck your own face.
Thank you for sitting through another episode of Star Citizen Live, our weekly live stream at the end of our week. This is Lando, and I'm still thinking about that Luke Skywalker comment. If you haven't checked out this week's ISC, it was a wonderful episode about many of the FPS improvements that are coming online in the upcoming.
Because the biggest thing with that, Sideways, is Avenger 1 thought he was going to be able to do the stuff that he does in the current state of the game, and the difference is you were never going to be able to escape his clutches. And CIG have gone, no, that's not what we want from the game. You're still going to be able to go and kill people on a daily basis, but now it's not going to be as easy as it was for you. There's going to be a shake-up. And then people will go, oh, but that's me dropping the skill level. It's like, no. If you are a good player, you should be able to overcome anything that the game development gives you. You just can't have it easy where you're constantly killing everyone, you're immortal, and when you do die, you've got 1 billion worth of excuses to why you died. Never that somebody is just purely better than you at a video game. Now a lot more people are able to be better at the video game, and I think that's wonderful. When anyone says, DarkLaw, what's your opinion on master modes? Good. It's healthy for the game. It's the right direction for the game. Is it going to be perfect in its tweaking? No, that's what dialing in and balancing a video game is for before it's even released. Get it sorted out. But what this does, it allows more people to play the game, to maybe make it where they want to do PvP or racing or some things like that, where maybe now more people on the sideline want to play the game. And that's more important for the growth of Star Citizen instead of, and I want to be very respectful to the PvP community, about 0.35% of them do PvP out of the global backers. 1% of the Star Citizen community is 50,000 players, since we're over 5 million backers now. 1% is 50,000 players. There's no more than 2 to 5k players who sweat PvP. And I hate to say it to them, and I've said this many times, you're not a percentage that any game company will care about. You're too small. They will try to give you things that make the game enjoying for your level, as in org versus org battles, taking over land, and I don't know, whatever. Like, maybe there is that Bengal versus Bengal gameplay in the future. Who knows? But that's what they will give you. And if you can't find the enjoyment in that, that's on you. If you think the skill level is too low, find another game. But you're such a small percentage that no company is going to care if you walk away. It would be sad if you walked away, but that's on you, right?
Coming off of 323, not all of them, but some of them. We'll be back next week for SCL with the members of the FPS team there. All those folks you saw there, we'll see if we can't get Zach to bring his shades and a shotgun with him. He literally
I'm
showed
a
up to
deaf
the interview
monkey.
with shades and a shotgun.
Yeah, but it can still be deep though, dude. Again, I watched a 4v4 tournament in Master Modes last night where it was some of the best fighting I've ever seen in Star Citizen, and the team that was better never lost a single pilot. Salah, aka Game Duster, Dudester. You know what I mean? There is a lot of depth to Master Mode, and people are figuring out the depth of it, and some people are just too lazy to do it. Or there's somebody that's not tried it out and they've got such a strong opinion on it. And again, opinions are fine. Feedback is fine. Does somebody have to listen to you? No. And I'm not saying that towards you. I'm saying that a lot of people have to understand this. That just because you type up something doesn't mean that the company has to listen to you. They will if they can. If it works towards their global goal of the game, they will try and fill these things in. But all information doesn't need to be taken into consideration. And that's on us to understand this. CIG doesn't have to go, oh guys, we're not paying attention to this, this information here, and we don't really care about this information from there. They just either use it or they don't use it, but we don't cry about it if they don't use it. We just get on with it, or we play another game. That's our choice.
Shotgun, and I'm like,
dude, I could play this if it went to the level of DCS. I play VTOL VR, which is a DCS video game in full VR, with no joysticks, keyboards, or anything. You have to use your hands in the game to fly, controller, all that jazz. I love these type of games. IL-2 player, 9 years in EVE Online, hardcore, watching people lose regions and stuff like that. But I don't think if you did this with Star Citizen, most people would enjoy that. But it's still on the level of simulation, though. It might be a watered-down DCS, but if you were having to do everything in DCS in full VR, it would be quite overpowering for people. So I'm happy that it is a watered-down. But again, it's still a simulator. You still have to do all these things. Would 90% of the Star Citizen community like to have to fucking remember to fucking turn the engines on in a certain way, to have flaps in the right situation, gears, pressure, all these things? I don't think anyone in the Star Citizen community would like it. They probably would want it to be like that, but the moment that they had it in that sort of scenario of every day feeling like a job, nobody's going to play it. They'll just find another game. So as somebody of that level that enjoys that kind of gameplay, I would rather it where 90% of the community is happy about the game than my thoughts on it. Because that gives me more people to play with, more people to kill in the game, more people to interact with, and a longer history of the game. Look at any esport game chat, right? There's only 3 esport games, maybe 4 if you include Smite, League of Legends, Dota, and Call of Duty. Not Call of Duty, CSGO. If you look at any of the other games, they don't have a big backing anymore. Battlefield has a player base, but it's not as huge as it used to be. Call of Duty is the same, DCS has a low fucking community. Sometimes putting games into super hardcore mode ruins a game. Because not everyone can get involved. And for Star Citizen, I'm more happy that everyone can get involved. Oh, you're welcome, Sideways. Again, I'm a realistic looking person. Logical thinking. And also, if you look at the past 5 years of how CIG are marketing towards this game, that's how it goes. But it's the same with Fortnite. And again, I said the thing earlier on. When Fortnite came out, Ninja was amazing. One of the best players in the game, if not the best. Now, he's absolutely trash. Because the game has changed, the community has changed, and the meta has changed. Does that remind you of anyone in Star Citizen community? That sometimes your glory days end. They just end. And just like Ninja, he has had to understand this, that his glory days are over. He's got plenty of wealth from it, but now he is low tier trash. But he still plays the game and has fun with it to a certain degree. And that's what a lot of pro pilots in Star Citizen just have to understand is the game will change, the balancing will change, new communities will change, new PvPers will arrive, and you will go down and down and down and down and down until nobody will remember you. And that's just life. You have to accept these things.
You're not getting away with that. We made his mom very proud anyway. And then, of course, next week's ISC.
But people's egos are checking out right now sideways, where they think they're going to be immortal and gods in this game, and they're not. They're going to get a reality check.
Is a big one that I know a lot of
Oh,
folks
you
have been
mean,
waiting
yeah.
for. It's the character customizer in
Oh, yeah.
Alpha 3.3.
Yeah, for me, that's the basics
in
of any
much
video
its
game,
glory.
to have fun
Still a work
and
in
get
progress,
better at
but,
it.
Just what
But
we're
if a
already
company,
seeing.
like, again, the Helldiver developers have thrown the meta massively out. I don't agree upon it. I don't like the meta change. Guess what I was doing last night, chat? Playing Helldivers. Because I was just getting on with it and learning new ways to play the game. Because that's what games are about. You don't just give up and cry and make fucking videos about it. You either get on with it or you find another game to play. Nobody forces you to go back to it. If you love the game, you'll keep playing it. If you don't like the game, you'll find something else to play with.
Some cool stuff. You may have seen some sneak peeks in this week's show. It's going to be a good day for truly taking ownership of your character going forward. So I'm really excited about that.
Oh, that's the beard stuff he's talking
yeah,
about.
we're gonna rate
Beards
something. I think we're rating,
and
is
hairstyles
it
all
still
next
PC
week in
101?
Inside Star Citizen. Can't
I
wait
think
for
we're still
this.
rating PC 101.
This
That
is
should
a
show up
big thing.
above the chat there. If you want to go raid PC 101 or whomever it ends up being, be nice, be respectful, and when you wipe your feet and say, "We love you, John Crew," when you're there. So thanks a lot. Take care, everybody. That
Give
was
beards?
Yogi.
I know,
that
dude.
was Richard.
I can't
that
wait.
was Michael. That was Brent. I'm Jared. I can remember names, and we'll see you next week, everybody. Take care.
Nice. Good questions answered. Good questions answered. And I did enjoy the little bit of slagging off content creators as well. I do like that, chat. That's good stuff. Anyway, that was Q&A Master Modes. Again, just like with the past 4 weeks of playing Master Modes. So, anybody new to the channel, I don't like Arena Commander. I really don't like it at all. I like the idea of the PU, organic gameplay, coming across people that fight you. Some days, some people doing something else, right? But I've been every stream pretty much in Arena Commander, in Master Mode since it was in Open PTU for the past 4 weeks, and I've been having an absolute blast with it. Is it good, like finalized good? No, it needs a lot of tweaking. But it definitely makes stuff more enjoyable. I would have never gone into Arena Commander if it wasn't for Master Modes. Because I don't like the idea that you go into these places and you just get 100% slaughtered by people who have been in there for 6 months straight, 12 hours a day, sweating out Vaseline from head to toe. It's nice that you can actually go in and be like, right, I see where I'm making the mistake. Nice, I can see my aim improving. Nice, I'm landing more shots on people who are obviously way more skilled than me, but I'm starting to improve as a player, and that's what Master Modes actually allows you to do. Does it mean that you're going to go and kill the top-end pilots in a 1v1? No. But you get to see that you're making improvement. And that's so important for a video game. It was way too high. And I'm not trying to take away the skill that the players were doing, but a game needs to be where you can get into it and see your mistakes and adapt and start pushing forward. If you are constantly knocked back, knocked back, knocked back, knocked back, knocked back, knocked back, you are never going to play the game at that stage. And it's good fun. Is it going to be good in the PU when we get it in 323? Probably not. It's going to probably suck for a lot of people. But this is where you have to let CIG put everything in. We're not going to have the quantum warping stuff in, which is blind warping. Being able to warp in any direction up to 50,000 kilometers or whatever they set as. We're not going to have aerodynamics and control surfaces, so atmosphere is going to feel very slow and janky. But here's the thing. If you take a Vanguard and go into Hurston, it's the same speed as doing it in Master Modes in live. So if you go to Hurston right now in the Vanguard and you go under 10k height ceiling, it's still the same speed as what you're doing in Master Modes. It's just people don't spend enough time going to different areas in the game. Anyway, let me drop this down in chat. Obviously, that was yesterday's live show and all that good stuff. Let me move back to this scene here.
Zaki Hades 9 is now following.
Thank you for the follow, dude. Right, alerts are back on chat. Again, thank you to Mythologists and all the resubbers. Your supply of seal is about to vastly decrease. Well, the funny thing is, hey, Nixie. No, he thinks now that we've finished this, he can come and get a treat, right? Thinks he can come and get a treat. A lot of, like, seal clubbing, Ondo. I think a lot of people will need to understand is that if this game ever goes mainstream, right? If it ever goes mainstream, it's not just like a lot of people will have to worry about how things evolve in this game. Because I tell you right now, chat, what we have for PvPers today in 10 years' time will not be the same PvPers. It'll be different people doing things faster and all these things, you know? To a certain degree, Ondo. To a certain degree. Did you catch the part of SEL where they said the I can't read at all. Implement something they know is bad to prove it is indeed bad? Yeah. This is the thing I was saying to... This is the thing that I was saying to people on TikTok, right? If CIG set the speedometer to say 500, but in the background you were only doing 200, would you even know that you're doing 200 meters a second? A lot of the time, speed is placebo, and a number is placebo in people's minds. So, yeah, I would imagine CIG will eventually do, like, things where they test things out and go, yeah, this person is just talking a load of shit. And they won't put it to a patch because they'll be like, we don't want to deal with the onslaught of revert the things because it will suck. Maybe Avenger 1's settings would suck. Maybe my settings would suck. The difference is I don't care if CIG does it or not. I will only give my feedback. If they want to listen to that feedback, that's up to them. If they don't want to listen to it, I don't give a shit. I either play the game or I move on to something else. They're my choices. Thank you guys. We're 75% through. You are a Suki fucking puppy. Like, holy shit. Do you think he deserves a treat, chat? Do you think Nyx deserves a treat? You think so? Should we go with... Well, we've had a lot of resubscribers with tier 3, so we'll go with the bones. We'll go with the bones. The other one should appear very shortly. Yeah, drop your Nyxes in chat. There's the other one. What'd you say? What'd you say? I want one. I want one. What'd you say? Yeah? You waggy tail? Yum, 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 yum. Right, off you go. No, take it away. Take it away. Away. Nova. Alright, drop your Novas. Sit. Sit. Don't be a gruffy husky. Sit. Now, what do you say? I want one. I want one. Loud so they can hear. I want one. I want one. I want one. Thank you for the bits. Yum, yum, yum. There you go. Good doggos, they are. They're very good. Again, if you ever want to see any of the stuff that we do outside of streaming, exclamation mark Instagram, and all that jazz. No, you're not getting any more, little Nyx. Nyx. Come on. Away. You've had yours. Give him 8? No way. No way. I'm not made of money. They'll get a reasonable allocated amount, Ondo, for their diet. I'm not going to pile them full of chicken bones. Thank you again for the bits, guys. Appreciate that. Also, all the work towards the community goal as well. That is crazy. We're like 21 days left, 76% through it. Obviously, that gives more people for the entries for like the EOM and all that jazz. Oh, man. That was actually a good fucking stream. Or video watching, I should say, not stream. What to do now, chat? What to do? I need to get yeah, give me a sec. I think to be ignored. Nix, will you stop creeping around? Oh wait, stop creeping. You're a creepy dog. Oh, that didn't get added. Let me add this in. TDL Nix. There we go. Do. All right, let's do some master modes. I never got any information of Mythologist, but is anybody playing Helldivers right now and the server's working? I know they were getting a bit scuffy. Do. Sorry guys, just loading up the game. Alright, caught up there. Nice. Oh, I also need to change the title. Right. Let's fucking let's do our little warm up. Offline. Maybe Broken Moon actually. Quite fancy a bit of Broken Moon. Alright. The Swarm.
Warning. There are multiple hostiles inbound.
Little Scotland Merlin. I definitely like find my favorite ESP. No! Got the backstrafing NPC. Oh, not the boopity boopity boop noise.
Multiple hostiles inbound. Contact. Shields under fire. Shields under fire.
Wiggly!
Warning. There are multiple hostiles.
Stop cheesing the NPCs! Some of them actually can fly pretty good. Like, again, they have a weird sort of like instantly backstrafe here kind of nonsense.
Warning. There are multiple hostiles inbound. Contact. Shields under fire. Weapon system.
Okay, now. The NPCs that ram. I swear, I definitely think like CIG has programmed NPCs to ram with their new sort of makeup system. Because their just behavior is like where they full go for like, instead of trying to preserve their life, they just go for that fucking boop. You know what I mean? Like, this dude is just psychotically trying to fucking turn in.
Son of a bitch!
Danger. Weapon systems overheating.
Now it's given up, look. It just doesn't care.
Danger. Weapon systems overheating.
Trained on player behavior? It wouldn't surprise me, actually. Would not surprise me.
Shields under fire. Kill.
I'm actually going to use lead pip because it's actually working for once.
Contact.
Not often it works for me.
Son of a bitch!
Kill.
Where are they?
Contact. Missile lock.
Woo! Chase missile chase! to try this game mode. It's good fun. Again, we're just doing war bump. We'll go into PvP shortly, but I like to just blast the tunes on.
Shields under fire. Weapon systems overheating. Kill.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this NPC. Man, these guys are definitely pulling some maneuvers. This one's definitely trying to go in for that cheeky closeness. Again, some NPCs are like really good. And then sometimes you get them where they just flop around and don't do shit.
Shields under fire.
Shit!
Like this one, look.
Contact. Contact. Friendly target.
Uh-oh.
Danger. Weapon systems overheating.
Oof.
Solo Joe 81 is now following.
Yo, thanks for the follow, dude.
Shields under fire. Kill. Weapon systems overheating.
I mean, like, then this dude just derps.
Danger. Weapon systems overheating.
Contact. Elite units en route.
Alright,
Contact.
let's get into PvP. Yo, thanks for the follow as well, dude. I don't know if there'll be anyone on. Nobody on. Shit. I wonder if, like, Evil Cat is on. Let's try America. Hey. Oh. Alright. Here's Marky Mark.
Contact. Danger. Weapon systems overheating. Contact. Shields under fire. Contact. Contact.
Whoop. A little bit too fast on my liking there. Blah. Also, I'm surrounded by reds, I think. Oh. Yeah, this is not good shit. Yeah, we got somebody on us. Trying to get on this as well. Yeah, it's Marky. Oh, there's a hammerhead as well. Getting this. They went for the teammate and killed him. Yeah, I got Marky on me again. I got no backup on this either. Trying to just prolong life a little bit, chat. I got multiples on me, chat. Ugh. I think he's going. Yeah, he's going nav mode. We're going nav mode as well. Ugh. They're firing the missiles, chat. Run! Right. Ugh, fuck me. We'll go back in. That was a good fight with Marky Mark. Fucking just dodging multiple people though. Come on, let me back in. There we go. I don't see any range though, so we're pretty fucked. Where is the team? Is that the red or is that blue? That's red there. Need to try and find where the cluster of the team is. It's very one-sided, I think. Well, not one-sided. Oh! Marky Mark, I think, is here. Some red is here, I think. We might be able to fucking... Nah, they got the ammo as well. That's not good. Yeah, they got the shields. We'll probably die in the first pass here. We're so badly damaged. Try to dodge as much as I can because I'm one pass. Look at the back strafe though, fucking hell. Oh man, CIG. Your inputs are set to the server? Those records and future of analytics? Yeah. I wonder, like, if CIG actually stops this fucking nonsense. how many more fights I will actually win. Very curious for my own. Fuck yeah. Taken out by friendly fire.
Systems green.
Yeah, that song is really good. Gallifrey. The old fucking Sisters of Mercy.
Systems green.
Oh, Hammerhead. Oof. I really wish they would remove the hammerheads from this mode. You can just have it in free flight.
Contact. Contact.
Buccaneer. Oh man, it's just all bucks, like. Not give a take him.
Contact. Contact. Contact.
Alright. Why is it constant? Like, CIG, please just fucking remove your blackout system. If it's not going to be consistent, remove it. It makes no sense at times. There's like 2 down here. We'll go for this if I can. Maybe assist on this. I got 1 chasing after me. I'm gonna try and help out this teammate. Yeah, I got people on me. This one's going for him. Trying to assist as much as we can. Nah, they got it. Back strafe, back strafe, back strafe, back strafe, back strafe. Back strafe. Back strafe. And now it's just going fucking forward, left, right, left, right. Jeez. Problem is the, like, there we go. Crazy. Here's stuff. Yeah, already got it. Crazy stuff, eh? I need a wrench. Hammerhead's there. Looks like 3 blues maybe there. Alright, let's push in. Ooh, Buccaneer. They're chasing after this dude. It's gonna Clyde, maybe? He slowed himself right down, though. Being sneaky. I got another one on me. How the fuck is this person constantly moving like this? Who have we got? Let's mark it. Fuck off, Marky Mark! With your fucking buck! Alright, we go up here. Blast through. I need to repair first quickly. Recenter ourselves. Yeah, I'll probably make it 200k for next month. Alright, they got Vanguard, we gotta watch out for that. I might be able to get in and assist this. Nah, it's moving away. Fucking bucks, man. Is that a buck chasing down? That's a hornet. Here we go, here we go. I got no ballistics, so we'll have to assist here as much as we can. Ooh. Hornet's got that. Hornet's going in this. Yeah, I need some bullets. If the other person goes in this, maybe we can assist on this actually here. Trying to push, but nice. However, it fucking got taken out by a grenade, it looks like. Oh, no, chat. I got no ballistics on this. We'll just have to whittle away with this. Oh, I saw bullets as well. Trying to conserve as much as I can whilst I whittle this down. We got a very bad red cockpit as well. Trying to force their afterburner usage. Oh, I got a secondary one on me. Fuck me. Fuck, if it only stayed 1v1, it would have been fine. Oh yeah, here we go. I got one gun there. Yeah. Ah! And if we had the ballistics from the start, it wouldn't have taken so long. Red nose. I definitely think I would have won that fight if it wasn't for the second ship coming in. Just very unlucky. To home and sauna. Enjoy your sauna, dude. I've noticed though, like the American lobby are backstrafing way more than the EU lobby. Like during this week. These guys are all fucking pulling right back on it all the time.
Contact. Contact.
It's Connie now, chat. We gotta dive down a bit here. Yeah, we got a fucking Connie shooting us, of all things. Whew. We got Marky. Yeah. Put pressure. I got that. Yeah, he's gonna... Is he going boom? Yeah, he's going boom. Alright. He'll be back though, any second. We're definitely outnumbered here. I got two on me. I got one. Got a Vanguard. Fuck me. Vanguard. I'm out of boost as well. I might be able to shake it a little bit, but the secondary one's coming in. That's the hard part. Oh, I'm getting spammed by missiles. Okay, me, man. It's just back. Oh, I can't see. There you go. Oh, right. No! Oh god, another one as well. It's the Vanguard all this time! Fuck off! Fuck off, Vanguard. Oh my god, this fucking inconsistency blackout. Just get it out of the game. Or make it where it's like logical. Where it works, but not even fucking moving. Or afterburning. Alright, here we go. We got it, chat. Can we get the final kill in? Probably not. Oh god, we got a red coming in on us, I think. Yeah. I'm out of ammo, chat! This is why I can't wait for like the PU where I've constantly got like a wingman or someone. I'm all alone. Trying to kill a Vanguard that's trying to kill me. And it's like fucking rubber banding as well. Look at it. We'll go back to the EU lobby after this. Fuck this. What's it doing? Look at it, just teleported! Just stay still and let this happen. Alright. There we go. What fucking What peg has that dude got? He's got 173. Alright, maybe that's why it's like glitching around. Man, that's so stressful, that one. However, we came out of that chat. Not bad. I think we had... It was like free were on us. Wingmen disappeared. We managed to kill 2 of them. At least. There we go. Alright, let's try non-American. Look at Marky Mark with his 6-0 Buccaneer fucking flying around. I'm very interested to see what CIG will actually do for Buccaneers in what's it called? 323. Like where they're going, their design is, you know, all that jazz. Bum 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 bum. Oh, it's that Mojo. Now, Mojo does like vanguards. Probably in a vanguard, right? Oh god, a Connie with a gunner? Jeez. A Gladius down there. What's going on? Red X is there. Oh, we do have a Connie. This guy's stationary. Ooh. Ah! Holy shit! These are like the situations where I fucking hate the wall in this game where you just lose movement. Again, I definitely think it's just make the accelerations lower, and that should smooth it out. Alright, we got somebody on this. That's Emperor. We got another forward party coming in. Let's hold it back because they're going to cross through. There we go. And we've got the Connie. We'll let our Connie go for that one. We got a Connie Wilco's going in. This dude is literally going after me. Right, Connie? I'll hold him still. You fucking tie him down. We'll rope him up. Rope-a-dope. Look at that. He's got his lights on. Is he still gonna go for me? Nah, he's changed target. That's it. Connie versus Connie here, chat. We got it live. Got Red X up here. Red X is actually pretty damaged. Let's fucking chance this in case they go nav mode. But the missile is deciding to go nowhere. I did get like... like half the people are not around now. There we go. Here's the reds now. Super Hornet! Gladius. Why is the fucking Connie going after me? That's funny as fuck, man. Alright, there's Red X. Let's get that shield in. Right, they got the Connie down. Going nav modes. Let's go arrested just in case. Getting dragged down. Can't be bothered. Just got one here. Jesus. Kind of felt like I was about to be taken out by my own teammates' missiles there. Nothing like 4 missiles being launched right beside you. I have no idea where the fucking hostiles are, man. Got one here now. Are they all just booming and zooming around? Kind of feels like it. There's a Gladius. We can go in on this one. Oh, the targeting's fucking me up there. I'm getting fucking shot by multiples, chat. I need to hide here. Yeah. I got 4 on me here. I'll burn it this way. Even if they fire missiles, I can stop it. Somebody actually choosing? No. Got one here. It's the hammerhead. Big grip here. Let's see where teammate is. Where we at now? I think the leaderboard's just fucked. Hornet with a gunner. One coming here. Oh god, we just ran out of ammo. Oh god, shit. This is the worst, like, sort of situation to be in. Oh, we do have a wingman. Might be able to fucking hold this off. Here it comes back. Hmm. There we go. Good fight, dude. Very wiggly though. Very, very fucking wiggly player. Fucking beep, 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 beep noise. Do 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 do. I tone this a bit down because this is fucking me up now. There we go. Hmm. Chat's going into full fucking dinner lurking mode. Or my chat box is fucking broken. I need repairs. We're like a one shot away. This is where you would warp out, get repaired. Bum, 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 bum. I got ammo though. Please stay. Please stay. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna go nav mode for this. Please stay. Oh my god! What a fucking ammo despawning. No. Chat test! I need ammo and a repair. I don't see anything, man. Like, I don't even see anybody's, like, trails or whatnot. I see blues around, but... There we go. I see a missile. See that fucking hammerhead? Hornet with gunner. I feel lonely! Right, we might be able to assist on this chat. I'm still missing, fucking... I got no ballistics, so we're just doing tickle lasers. Have they got nav mode? They have, yeah. Alright, last rest are going down that. Buccaneer. Buccaneer just pinned me. Have anybody near me? Yeah, this one. I got secondary red coming down. Trying to assist as much as I can, chat, since I'm no ballistics and I'm a one-shot. We might actually have somebody on us. No, somebody else is coming in. Let's do this just in case. Let's put pressure on. That Buccaneer's pulling away. Make them use their countermeasures. There we go. Nice. Can I have the bullets? Can I have the bullets? Ah, you swine! Right. We got two coming in here. Connie and a very badly damaged Gladius. We can assist on that. Oh, nope. Nope. Never mind. Never mind. I think somebody just collided with us. Yeah, we got Connie and stuff on us now. Oh well. Saved by the bell. Assist this! Exactly. Like, for me, I will never use ballistics in, what's it called? I'll never use ballistics in the PU. Unless it's like a gank squad or something like that. No wonder that guy was really scoring me. That guy had a 289 ping. No fucking wonder it was so wobbly to fucking shoot on that person. Griefer Sutherland. Fucking 289. CIG need to put in an anti-ping system. Which is just like... The moment that somebody is over 200, it fucking boots them off the lobby. Oh. Mm-hmm. Then go and play on fucking Australia then, Tosin. Have you never heard of fucking regional servers before? Go and play on Australia with your own kind. What are you guys gonna do when progression doesn't carry over every shard? You know what I mean? What will you do then? Because that's coming out. I don't know if we'll get it this year, but it's basically whatever you progress on EU stays on EU. Whatever you progress on Australia stays on Australia. Are you just going to be on America servers then? Do you have a 289 ping on America? I doubt you. There's no way Australians have a 289 on America. On EU, I'd understand. But anytime I've watched like Virgil and stuff, he only has like 120 or something. Do. They do. Maybe 250 cap. Right, a 250 cap. Yeah. All right, 250, not 289. That's some shitty fucking internet. Oh, woman, I also had another video today. Ah, shit. Should we leave it for tomorrow? What's our time? 4:40. Yeah, it's 2 hours by Virgil. It's called Master Modes My Mona Lisa. It's 2 hours. This react covers everything. Oh, it's the live show. Never mind. I thought it was like a pure fucking this is what Master Mode should be. It's just covering the live show on Friday. That's fine. Oh man, is Morphologist showing off
Jump
Evo
from
Cat?
one star. People struggling to actually get through the jump point with their alignment. It seems that even though it says you can be within 22 degrees of aligning to the opening, if you're even just a little bit off from to the other side, which is in the pyro system. Now the tunnel it's
Alright, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Nobody's actually showing footage of it. It's just talking about it. I'm pretty sure Evo Catty is not allowed to actually like show videos, right? They're allowed to talk about it now, but they're not actually allowed to like put the video stuff down themselves. Dum, 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 dum. Mm. Sorry guys, I'm just changing some settings here. I can't CIG design the options to do like a left and right arrow or something. Sweet niblets. The day that CIG update their options menu to be like stuff that would work modern day games, I will be over the moon. I will probably buy a skin. I'm gonna have to go into the XML file to do it in correct. Not doing it. Star Citizen, live, user, client, profiles, default attributes. Client 0 controls. I did this. Yeah, I did that. All right, nice. Let's copy that. Put it in this folder. Awesome. Man, today is a quiet day, chat. Kind of thinking a bit of like Helldivers, but also I'm thinking about getting some dinner. Check out the dogs as well. All right. Let's check out this dude. All right. I know where we're going, chat. We are heading over to see Jake. Drop all the love over. Just an FYI, Jake goes by they, them. Just to save you some stuff like that. And we're going to respect that. All that good stuff. But yeah, I will be back on tomorrow, guys. And we've got Inside Star Citizen. Not Inside Citizen. Around the Verse or whatever the fuck. Answer the Call. Whatever Salty Mike calls his show, I forget. Has Avenger 1 and Virgil on tomorrow. So we might just tune into that as well whilst it's going on and all that good stuff. But yeah, appreciate it, guys. Exclamation mark raid in chat. Spam all the love. And I will see you tomorrow. Appreciate all the tier 2, tier 3s as always. If I don't catch you over the weekend, have a good one. And enjoy Jake's stream. Again, they, them. Awesome dude. Don't ask CIG questions. He is the CIG employee. Let him just be a content creator as well. Appreciate it, guys. Take care. Have a good one. Thank you for all the love today. Enjoyed it.